CoCoTALK would like to thank our patrons, the real sponsors of our show. So a heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you very much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another exciting episode of CoCoTALK. You know what the show is called, although I can't say it. We're here with episode 151, special guest Greg Zumwalt and Gun Star.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are here. We are live. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop. There may be a global pandemic that's going around, but it's not stopping CoCoTALK. We are here every week for you live in your living room, on your stereo speakers, on your AM and FM dial. We're here. We've got a great panel. We've got a great guest. We've got a great premiere to do today, so let's just jump in and let's get this show started. Let's start off with our very brief panel introductions. Let's say a hey there, hi there, ho there to our regulars. Let's start off with our resident Apple guy, Mark D. Overholzer. Thank you for being here, Mark.
Hi there, hey there, ho there. I'm the Apple guy.
All right, and we've got our he's got many titles, but he's an engineer, he's a producer, he's an all-around nice guy, but Mark Bosley's with us. Hello, Mark.
Hello, everybody.
We have to keep our foreign quota up to get those tax incentives. So from O, Canada, it is L, Curtis Boyle. G'day. And how's it going, eh?
Going good, eh?
All right. From the Tandy Shack and TDP 100s, Terry Steggy's here. Hey, Terry.
Hi, guys.
From Arizona, where they don't need no stinking daylight savings time, it's Ron Delvaux. All right, from CoCo Mission Control, Brian Weasler's here. Brian, can you tell us the current location of the Sputnik satellite? Are you tracking?
No,
I
lost track of it.
All right, you got plenty of screens going on back there. I think we can, yes, I think I can see Uranus from here. All right, we also have an Apple guy. We won't hold that against him, but John Lowry is here. Hey, John.
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
All right. From another Canadian, keeping the United Nations happy here from O Canada. How's it going, eh? DeBruce Moore is here. Hey, Bruce.
Take off, eh?
Hey, you hoser. We'll save the second best for second to last. But another foreigner taking away our American jobs. David O'Connor from Australia. G'day.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here again.
All right, thanks for being here. And of course, you know him. Yeah, you might love him, you might loathe him, but he's here. He's the infectious David Ladd. Hey, David.
Hello, Hello, everyone. How is everyone? Are you ready for today's CoCo talk? I certainly hope so. I'm sitting here listening to stepper motors going crazy on the 3D printer, floppy drives. I'm just all excited about everything magnetic.
All right. Wow, that's great. All right.
Greg, you can hang up anytime this gets over.
Note to self, dial back David Ladd's meds.
Yes, the man of the second hour from Down Under, creator of such quality color computer games, and we'll be premiering Gun Star today, but Nick Marentes is here. G'day, Nick.
Hey, g'day everyone. Yep, ready for another CoCo talk.
All right. And now, last but certainly not least, our very special guest and the person we'll be speaking to right after an important announcement. But Mr. Greg Zumwalt has joined us. Thanks for being here, Greg.
You're welcome.
And
thanks for inviting me.
No, thanks for being here. Probably one of the top 3 most prolific CoCo software producers of the 80s and 90s and so on. So we'll get to Greg here in just a second. But before we do that, do we want to mention the Glenside announcement of the postponement of CoCo Fest? Is that our top story, L. Curtis Boyle?
It was going to be the top news story. Now, I didn't know Greg was going to be on, so now he's the top story, to be honest.
Okay.
And we'll throw in Gun Star, too, just to help Nick. But, yeah, I mean, Glenside is basically because of the coronavirus going around, and if any of you have been following what's been happening in Europe right now, which is like the next wave after China. I mean, Italy's getting pounded hard. I think they're almost up to 1,300 deaths as of today. And it's starting to hit Spain and the UK and Germany and France, and it's probably a couple of weeks away from peaking, up to those levels here in North America. So a lot of local, state, and city governments, and now the federal governments in both countries have basically said travel is not recommended, and don't have gatherings past a certain amount of people, and try to isolate yourself type things so we don't have it spread. So Glenside has basically decided to postpone it, and actually I don't know how much of that was their decision versus how much basically the governments are saying you can't hold something like this during that time period. So hopefully everything will kind of, like, China's already winding down on their end. So hopefully that trend follows within a couple months. This will be, over. And then they're trying to reschedule, I believe, for November.
Okay.
So you can still have it for the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, it would be nice to have it this year, pending, obviously take care of the health situation first and foremost.
Okay, to give you a little bit of update on information, okay. I went to my wife when we go to the doctor with her this week. Still a new doctor getting used to her. But she says that type of viruses usually wind down when it hits about 80 degrees. So it's kind of like the flu, but
we are above 80 degrees in Florida, and I don't think this has anything to do with the temperature, but that's
what they're saying. Yet it may not.
All right.
As far as spreading, I know you guys are, but they probably picked it up somewhere else.
Okay.
So it still remains to be seen, and whether that's true or not. But that's what some of the medical people are thinking yet.
Okay. I would just like to refrain from trying to spread speculation or any type of statistics or suggestions on that. There's enough of that going on in the quote-unquote real media, but we'll just focus right now on CoCo Fest being postponed, which is unfortunate, but it's the right thing to do because, people are getting sick by interacting with people.
Of the people that get hit the hardest are actually a lot of us attendees. So I think it is prudent to
I mean, and it's unfortunate, right? Because this was what we've all been looking forward to. It's like saying somebody canceled Christmas. For us, CoCo Fest is our Christmas. So it's this is like the Grinch stole Christmas for us. So it is very unfortunate. However, in the interest of safety, it's the right thing to do. And when circumstances permit, we will move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we should mention this is not unique to CoCo Fest. I mean, VCFs have been postponed. Huge trade shows like WWDC and Microsoft Build and stuff have all been delayed or video only. Like, this is not just.
They're closing Disney parks, right? And Disney parks is $1 billion industry, so they're not going to just walk away from free money unless it was in the interest of national safety, so yeah.
Yeah. And on a positive note, it gives me a lot of extra time to get the next version of VOU out for the next CoCo Fest. So.
Get more time to polish up those projects, right? So, there is an announcement on the Glenside Facebook page. It'll probably be on their website, and it should be probably posted to the mailing list as well. But it's looking like the hotel, even if you bought non-refundable tickets, it's looking like there's probably a good chance you'll get non-refundable things refunded. I think that's going to happen in a lot of areas like airlines and reservations that they just kind of have to.
There's also talk that the governments might start enforcing that too, because this is not a normal situation.
Yes. So don't quote us and don't hold us responsible. If you need real legal advice, consult an attorney. But there's probably a good chance you're not going to lose out on any money. But that is beyond the control of this show. But we do have more time to work on those projects, and luckily we do get a chance to meet at least every week here on CoCoTALK. So the social bonding will never die, right?
Yeah. And now that brings up the next thing that was mentioned on Facebook. I think Ron, you initiated this, Ron DeVoe, about possibly having a virtual CoCo Fest on the same dates. The original would have been where just basically everybody gets on board live for 2 days in a row on that weekend. Myself personally, to me, it's not the same as actually being there in person, like seeing people in real life. Like that's the main reason for me to go to a CoCo Fest. Though I would probably pop in and visit occasionally, but I definitely wouldn't hang around the whole weekend myself personally. But I've been what's the rest of the panel? I've seen some yays and nays on the Facebook discussion.
Okay, well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I actually really, I've never actually physically been to a CoCo Fest yet, because obviously I'm in Australia and it's a long way to swim. But I actually really like the idea of having something. I mean, it might not be full on going all the time, but at least having something happening at the time when it normally would.
Yeah.
It's an online thing. It's especially being the 40th anniversary of the CoCo One.
Yeah. So the question is, should we try to do something in lieu of the actual CoCo Fest on that scheduled weekend? Should we try to do a virtual CoCo Fest? Not a bad idea. We'll see what we can do. Obviously, we can make it a special CoCoTALK. But if we can get more people involved and have multiple forums involved, that would be good. Multiple contributors, I should say. All right. So we've said that. Have we said enough? We've said enough about that, because I want to get into the best parts of this show today. Are we ready?
Yes.
We're not doing the closing credits already, are we?
Let's go.
We're going to do that. All right. So if you hadn't heard, CoCo Fest is postponed. It is not canceled. It is postponed, like many other things going on. So we have shared that with you. We've done our civic duty to share that. We are now going to focus on our first guest of it. We have two special guests today. One of them we see all the time, and that's Nick Marentes. So it's like, but our most specialist of guests today, and Greg Zumwalt. And Curtis, you're going to drive this discussion here because you've got all the interview questions led up. But for those of you not aware, Greg Zumwalt has done a ton of programs, mostly games that I'm aware of. There's probably things I'm not aware of, but I'm familiar with lots of games that Greg Zumwalt has done for the color computer. Last week, we all played Malcolm Mortar, The Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar, and that's just one of many. So on that note and on that introduction, Curtis, why don't you take it away? And by the way, Greg, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us, especially since you are under the weather. We appreciate it.
You are very welcome. If I look bad, I always look this way.
You just stole my opening line.
I've had more practice.
So you as Steve has mentioned, is probably one of the most prolific authors, especially selling through Tandy. I think the only ones I can think of that might even be close to would be Steve Bjork, as far as Tandy goes, and then there's a few others that on the third party market might have had quite a few games, like Scott Cabot or a few others too. But I think you're first or second at the very least. You seem to have concentrated mostly on games, though you have some other stuff too that you did. But we'll start the interview by going way back, and the first question would be, how did you get started in computers, and what was the first computer you used and then owned?
Well, when I was in school, there's a group of us who bought the Intel 4004 little microprocessors that were designed for calculators. And I believe they were designed by Intel for Texas Instruments for their early scientific processors. So we would breadboard those and put switches and lights and start write our own software. Then I went to the 8008, and somewhere along the line, a company called Southwest Technical Products came out with a 6800 based multi-board computer that had, I think it came with 256 bytes of RAM, but it would actually hook up to a video monitor and a TV screen. And then I just, from the 6800, it was 6809, 68000. I basically programmed anything. I just loved it. I had a lot of fun doing it.
So you said you started with the 4004. Did you start like right after Intel came out with it, which I believe was like 1974, or was it a year or two later?
Yes. When I first started doing this, I'm going to guess 13, 14 years old, 15, something like that, which was a long time ago, but yes.
So, I mean, considering there's no personal computer market at that point, so how did you as a 13 or 14-year-old get involved with, working with Intel chips that early on?
My father was vice president of a company called Combustion Engineering and Valco Division, and they made process control applications for oil field. And in the part of doing that, they used quite a bit of the 7400 TTL series because it was more brawny than the 4000 series CMOS, which used to blow up every time you touch or look at it. So it was in that process that he would bring me home boards, and he gave me a soldering iron and desoldering equipment for one of my birthdays, and I'd take the boards apart and actually fix some of them, and he'd take them back. But it was and he'd bring me home. I wish I'd have thought about that. I've got data books from, that'd be the mid 60s for integrated circuits, and from all sorts of companies, from Motorola, which I don't think they make integrated circuits anymore, but
wow.
There's a bunch of companies that made them back then.
That's cool, because that means you were into the microprocessor market before microcomputers for the home even came out, even before the Altair and stuff then, because I mean...
Oh, yes.
4004 is at least 3 years before the Altair.
Yes. In fact, when the Altair and the Southwest Technical Products came out both, it was just, I couldn't decide which one I wanted, but I leaned towards the 6800 line because I had more access to Motorola chips than I had, Intel and other manufacturers. So as my dad was my supplier, I got him free.
Cool. So what was the first computer you actually got at home, like a full computer rather than, fiddling with boards per se for controllers?
The first, except for the Southwest Technical Products, which was a kit, the first one was a Tandy Color Computer 1.
Nice.
Oh, so you didn't go through the Model 1 and the Apple II and any of that stuff, you jumped?
A big gray color computer, and I spent $500 on it, I think.
Wow.
Like wow. Hooked up the TV set, and that's where I started writing software for. I started writing, so I'm jumping ahead. I'll respond to questions.
So did you start with the original 4K, or did you get a 16K, or like what?
I think it was a 16K, and I think I still have the actual machine someplace.
Wow.
That was the question I was going to ask.
I took a walk out in the shop just a second ago, and before we started here, and I saw some of them. I'm embarrassed to show you. I used to smoke cigarettes, and some of them are kind of yellow instead of beige. I was going to bring one out, and I thought, no, that'd be embarrassing. So I
should be honest. If they're in sunlight, they tend to do that anyway.
Yeah,
so
they all kind of yellow at this point, anyways. Yeah.
So basically, since you started with the kit computers, as you mentioned before, and then you basically did not get into the microcomputer revolution until 1980 when the CoCo was released. What made you choose the CoCo, and what made you skip doing the Apple II, the Commodore PET, and the TRS-80 Model 1s that were out from 77 on? I
didn't really care for the 6502 series of processors.
Hold that thought.
Could you say it again?
I really wasn't a 6502. There was a gentleman who worked for me. I worked at a company called Atkins Merrill, which is now Flight Safety International. There's a gentleman who worked for me who loved the 6502 and loved a programming language called Forth, I believe it was. And he would just always annoy me as an employee that we need to shift over to Forth computer language and 6502s, and I kept looking at him like, no, never mind. I mean, a lot of the avionics companies use Motorola series processors in their avionics. So I kind of leaned towards that also because I thought it was a better architecture internally than the Intel. I mean, there's a couple of processor manufacturers back then that most people don't remember, but they just weren't really a very symmetric architecture. It was tougher to teach people how to program, which back in those days, you didn't get a course in microprocessor programming at your local university or college. So when you're trying to teach somebody microcontroller design and programming and stuff, I just tried to pick one that was more symmetrical than some of them that were just
more general purpose, like you have your registers, you can use, various registers to do things, where on the Intel architecture, you have to use this specific register, this specific math function. And,
Correct. And,
yeah.
Yes.
And don't even get me started on segment registers.
Two index, two accumulators, you join them together to be one accumulator, but other than that, it was a pretty easy process to learn program.
Did you do much in electronics as far as maybe attaching to the CoCo?
Not attaching to the CoCo. I mean, the only thing I really did for the cover that I showed the gentleman earlier was this is the prototype that I still have for the super program pack that it first carried. I think it was Predator, and then they did RoboCop on it. But that's the only design work I really did for Tandy.
We're getting double echo on you right now, Greg. I'm not sure why.
Go down here. If I can go down a notch.
I think everybody people should mute if they're not asking questions.
Okay, I'm trying 2 notches down.
It might be somebody else, I'm thinking.
No, it's only Greg is lighting up. Talk again, Greg.
Testing 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no, we're getting you twice, but we're gonna have to deal with it. This is the joy of doing it live, right? So it is.
I've got a print on one of my Ultimaker 3D printers. It's got 7 minutes and 4 seconds left.
No, it's not background noise. It's just you're like coming in twice now.
Yeah, it's like you got reverb turned on or something.
Again, I've never done this before, so I'm
no, that's fine.
doing something wrong.
No, that's fine. Listen, we're glad to have you. So we're just we can hear you.
You just sound twice as good now, is what we're going to tell people. So
yeah.
But I repeat myself.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's like being at the drive-in movies. Is kind of what it sounds like, and you hear like all the speakers going on at once.
So I think you were mentioning fourth, and I know the CoCo had multiple versions of fourth fairly early on, like 81, 82. Did you ever get into the CoCo fourths to fiddle with that at all?
No, and the reason was there's nothing wrong with threaded languages, but in the work that I did in motion system design and avionics design, there's a lot of time. Well, you all know writing video games. There's a lot of times you don't want a threaded language because it just takes too long to get a simple add 2 numbers together done. You have to get to the machine and like unroll loops and stuff. And I wouldn't do that in an avionics application, but Fork was just way too threaded. It went down too deep. Too many subroutine calls to get down to the bottom and get a problem solved.
Okay, so it's more of an optimization reason.
It's like writing something in BASIC. It's great if you want to write something, in a short period of time, but as far as execution speed and so forth, it's just too slow.
Okay. I'm going to start getting into some of the specific CoCo stuff here now. Before I do that, I'm just going to give a list, and this is probably not complete.
Right. Let me just real quick too before you get started, Curtis. So I want to go over the history of this interview in the making, which is going back to predates last year's CoCo Fest. So the first time I got an interaction with Mr. Zumwalt, I believe you came across one of my YouTube videos, and it might have even been Malcolm Mortar, and you left a comment. And then I reached out to you. I said, "Oh man, we'd love to speak to you. We'd love to have you come on and talk." And you sent me an email. You go, "It's funny. I haven't done an interview in 30 years, but lately I've done like 8 of them in the past few weeks." And so you had done an interview for the CoCo crew last year, and I would recommend anybody who hasn't heard that interview go back and listen to it. And you even mentioned how you started off in some aviation type of stuff, which I think might have inspired your flight simulator, But yeah, so I knew that you had already done your interview with them, but theirs had not aired yet because they're pre-recorded, and so I'm like, well, we'll wait. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to you after CoCo Fest. That was last year, so a year later we finally get to speak to you, and I'm grateful that we have. So just so everybody knows, if you want to hear more after today too, make sure you go back and listen to the interview on the CoCo Crew podcast too with Greg. But yeah, we're glad you're here, and it was actually kind of a surprise that you're even here because you had emailed me last night saying you couldn't make it, and today you kind of showed up, and so.
Well, I said I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
Not a scratchy throat and not coughing as much, and I was chewing cough drops. So. Yeah,
well, we're grateful.
I found the mute button. When I start coughing, I just hit the mute button.
There you go. All right, Curtis, you may continue.
I may continue. Yeah, thanks again for coming because I know you were under the weather. So.
Yeah,
he sounds better.
Yeah.
Yeah, the echo is going.
Yeah, echo's better now too. Yeah.
I'm trying to play with the mute button when I'm not being
Okay.
And outlasted. The printer's got 3 minutes left. It should shut up, and hopefully it'll work better. I can turn my volume down.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Anyway, before we get into specifics on specific CoCo games, I was just going to run through a list, and this is mostly stuff you did with Tandy, but some stuff you also did with American Small Business Computers. So with American Small, you did Lunar Lander, you did Offender, Packet Man, Space War, and then with Tandy, you did some non-gaming titles like Type Mate, Math Tutor, and Phantom Graph. And then games, you've had stuff, or games and simulators, I guess, you've had stuff like Flight Sim 1, Farlock, Biosphere, Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar, Zone Runner, Microscopic Mission, Tetris, GFL Football 2, Predator, and Robocop. Did I catch them all, do you know, or have I missed some?
I have a list someplace, and I think there's 37 total, but I cannot tell you for the life of me where they are.
Well, then I'm missing quite a few.
Most of the color computer games, in fact, all the color computer games, that's not true. You start out with American Small Business Computers, and how I got involved with Tandy was that they were out searching, I guess, for people who write video games for them. And Mark Siegel had gone to American Small Business Computers and purchased the software I wrote, and then sent me a letter for a concept that he wanted me to do, and I thought it was a joke. So I just kind of threw the letter aside, and then he called me and said, "How come you want to answer my letters?" And I said, "I don't even know who you are." Way to joke. Down to Tandy, and I said, "Oh, sure, why not?" Because I still thought it was being a joke, but I figured, I'd go down to Six Flags or something if it was a joke. But no, it wasn't a joke. So he wanted me to write a game called Starblaze.
There we go. And that's what I was going to ask Curtis. Did you cover that one in your list, Curtis? Because you went by kind of quick. That was kind of like the Defender style clone.
I thought I did have it in there, but no, I missed the one. Yeah, that's another one.
Starblaze. So
I was hoping I had the description that he sent me in a picture frame. It was over here, but I had to take it upstairs some other time, a long time ago. But anyway, it was like 2 paragraphs. And he, when it got finished, they sent me the first. They used to put the chips right on the board with silicon dot on top of them. So he sent me one of those and my first check, and he started asking me to write other video games. Now, except for Malcolm Mortar, all the games I wrote for Tandy Direct were Mark Siegel ideas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I could be forgetting something, which is not unusual, but I'm almost positive that every game except for Malcolm Mortar was a Tandy/Siegel original design. Flight Sim 1 may not have been, but other than that, I think all of them.
Well, before you get into the Tandy stuff here, I just wanted to quickly go over the American Small. So how did you get related to that? I mean, the very title of the company, American Small Business Computers, yet you were writing games for them. So how did that come about?
A friend of mine named Steve Smith was a manager of a Radio Shack store in Tulsa, Oklahoma at Admiral and Sheridan. And he called me one day and said, "We have these computers and they keep telling us we can balance our checkbooks with them, but nobody's going to spend that kind of money just to balance their checkbook. So can you write us a game?" And I said, "What would you like me to write?" He said, I think it was called, he wanted Pac-Man, I believe. We called it Packet Man or something. And it was on tape. We put it in the store, and next time he called me down there, which was about 20 miles from my house. So I went down there, and there was a line out the door of people trying to play this thing.
Wow.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. And American Small, the 3D printer just quit. Hopefully it'll get quieter. But anyway, American Small Business Computers saw that game, and because they also knew Steve Smith, and they asked me if they could sell that game, and then asked me to write games for them. So I wrote 3 or 4 of them under a very small contract. And then that's when Tandy purchased them and liked them and started asking me to write software for them.
So this was literally like a store demo. You wrote a video game for just a store demo for one store. And then and this is like an early version of something going viral where they found out about it and they bought it and the nation went crazy. So
I think I wrote 2 games for Steve. One of them was called Lunar Lander.
Okay.
Or Moon Lander, which was the graphic version of a game that was on my TI Texas Instruments, card programmable calculator, where you just saw numbers come up on the screen on this calculator. But I just turned it into a video implementation. Thought it was the same thing, and that and a Packet Man were in this store.
Wow.
Yeah, you would put in thrust values, and it would recalculate.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've played that.
Yeah, because you also did Offender, which is kind of a Defender clone for them, and then you also did Space War, which is actually a clone of the arcade game Space War and the original Space War 1961 PDP.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
So, you said there was lineups out the door then were they starting to distribute elsewhere? Like, how did Tandy find out about it in Oklahoma?
I think it was through Rainbow Mag. I don't know. I know American Small Business Computers advertised in Rainbow Magazine. I think Tandy was just flipping through anything they could find to find people to write software for them. And didn't at the time, I guess, there's no internet, there's telephone, but other than that, there's nothing, no way to figure out who was capable or had experience in writing software on a 6809 microprocessor. And it was just kind of chance meeting.
Oh, the stars certainly lined up there for you.
Absolutely.
And then,
when did your first Ferrari come into view?
I've always been, since my first Chevelle LS6 1970, I've always been kind of a Chevy General Motors kind of person. I fell into Mercedes-Benz and a few other things for a while, but right now my car, one of my favorite cars I ever had, the one I drive, it is a 2019, but it's a Chevy Tahoe. I don't drive. I mean, my neighbors have Ferraris and the Tony Stark cars and so forth, but I just never have been, except for my Chevelle. I wish I had it back.
So you got contacted by Mark to do Starblaze, and basically he designed the concept of the game, and you just had to program it following his specs. My understanding.
Correct. Basically correct. Yeah, I think he wanted. I mean, we did Starblaze based on what the other game we were talking about earlier.
Defender. It's a kind of a
Defender.
somewhat Defender clone. Yeah.
Correct.
So, how were sales for that first game? I mean, 83 when Starblaze came out would have been probably around the peak. That's when Rainbow was 350 pages, etc. So was it a decent seller for you?
If I had that little, I wish I'd have brought it down. I don't know why I left it upstairs, but my first check, you got to keep in mind, this is the 1980s. My first check came in like $24,000 for 3 months worth of sales.
Wow.
I about fell off my.
And that brings up my next question, which is one we ask all the people that publish through Tandy. If you know, what was your best-selling game out of all of them, and how many copies did it sell?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you that. I do not know. I couldn't even. I'd probably in the Predator RoboCop area, but I mean the simpler games, the less expensive games. The first was like Starblaze, didn't do bad. I think my guess was 50, 60,000 copies.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But
Yeah,
not all games were like that. I had some that were. They did. There's a guy named Srini Vasan who used to kind of keep me posted on that thing, and he'd call me and say, "Oh, we didn't order a second group of these. Sorry," but I don't know how many they ordered per grouping, but they had. The good thing was when you were working at Tandy at the time, they had like 4,000 or 5,000 stores, so you got at least 10,000 because sales because they put 2 in every store. But if they didn't sell, that's the only run that they did.
Yeah, because we've seen some sales bits where they've ordered an extra 5,000 for a Christmas season of somebody's ROM card and stuff. I'm talking to other authors too, so. But 50 to 60,000 is actually pretty decent. I think the highest we've ever heard was Glenn Soggy worked for the Image Producers when he did Super Busta, which was one of the original release cartridge titles, and also got bundled with TDP 100s for a while, so he got some bonus sales out of that. But I think he ended up selling a few 100,000 of that one in particular.
I don't think I can come close to that. Anything that I remember. I mean, I would doubt.
But most of the others we've talked to have usually been in the 20 to 40 range, so doing 50 or 60, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I did the conversion on that. It's about that $24,000 check you were talking about would be about 75,000 today. Like someone handing you a check for 75,000.
Well,
I'd fall off my chair too.
Yeah.
Yeah. As an engineer at Flight Safety National, the engineering manager, I'd make like $50,000 a year, and this check was like half my salary.
That's insane, right?
It's
awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
Which brings me up to my next. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but it brings you up to my next question, which is after you started seeing how well these were selling and after you started doing multiple games for Tandy, did you keep a day job or was that your day job and you kind of retired from the other one until CoCo sales tapered off?
The owner of Atkins Merrill at the time was a guy named John McIntosh, real short guy, smoked a pipe, very nice. Nobody liked him except me. I went to his office with like copies of the 3 or 4 checks I'd gotten. I said, "John, don't even try. I'm going home. I'm writing video games." And he said, "Well, you come back and help us from time to time?" And I said, "Well, sure." So I retired or quit and went home, started writing video games for Tandy. And he'd show up my front door every once in a while, pipe hanging out of his mouth. Just want to make sure you're still here, not doing work for somebody else. And I said, "No, John, I'm still here."
So you did do occasional work for him over the years?
I mean, I'm thinking, John, come on. He thought I was going to another simulation company. But nope, I was at home writing video games as fast as I could write them.
That's all. Did you design any of the manuals, artwork, or packaging, or did you just strictly turn in the product?
We Malcolm Mortar, I believe, is the first one that we actually did our own manual. And the reason I can't remember the name of the program back then. It wasn't Photoshop. It was something else, something like
PageMaker. PageMaker, probably, right?
Probably was.
Yeah.
And we had a lady who was a fairly decent author, and she wrote the manual. In fact, her name is probably in the
credits.
Yeah, in the Malcolm Mortar manual.
Okay.
But she did the artwork for that and wrote most of it. And we did a couple of others, but I don't remember. At one time, Tandy wanted us to actually produce the ROM packs, and I said no.
Wow.
Just checking the manual here for Malcolm Mortar. It just says copyright 1987 by ZCT Systems Group, so no name.
It's someplace inside or the very back. It doesn't give any credits. I can't remember her name. She's a very nice lady.
Yeah,
but when she came over, okay.
Yeah,
she came over. We sat down in front of a Tandy 1000, and she's picked up the mouse. It reminded me of one of the Star Treks where Scotty talks into the mouse.
Yeah, right. Computer.
Kind of shook it. Said, "What's this do?" So we're in big trouble now. But she actually did hand drawings, and we would put them together. I can't remember how we did that. She knew how to do printings, but she knew anything about computer.
Wow.
Actually, I was going to bring up a question too, because we've talked to some other authors too. Rick Adams being one. When he did Temple of Rom, he'd sent in a manual that he'd designed for the game, and they completely changed it by the time the game out. And didn't even tell them. They just totally revamped it. Now takes place in space and that type of thing. And we were wondering if that had to happen to you.
It happened to me on Tetris. Serena Bassan and Mark Siegel. We always communicated, hardware, software back then via Procom modem, like 2400 baud or something like that. So they sent me this game that would run on the Tandy 1000. It's called Tetris. It was on Thursday. So Friday I talked to Serena and he said, "Will you do it?" And I said, "Yeah." We talked about the price, and I said, "Sure, fine, we'll go." And I worked on it that weekend and sent it back to him on Monday. And it was all done. And we had a teleconference. He goes, they called and said, "You did the wrong game." And I said, "No, I didn't. I did what you sent me." And they're all laughing. But the thing was that after I got the whole thing done, exactly like the Tandy 1000 version was, they didn't want the military background. They had tanks and submarines in the original Tetris. They didn't want Russian stuff. So I had to put in, I think it was like the Orthodox Temple, the spire things or something. But I had to take all the other artwork out, put the other stuff back in, and change the manual right up so it didn't have that artwork in it.
Okay, so they did do some changes on you too. And speaking of Tetris, that's also a fat binary where you actually did the graphics. I mean, you made it all 4 colored, so it matched in P mode 4 artifacting. But on the CoCo 3, you expanded the screen. You get to see more of the the cityscape and stuff in the background. So
I don't remember that, but I'm glad you. I hope I did.
There was a few at that time that came out as fat binaries that would run CoCo 1, 2, reduced versions as well as the CoCo 3 version. Steve did a few like Arkanoid and stuff too. That was kind of nice too, because if you had a CoCo 2 in '88 or something like that, and you bought one of those games like Tetris, you plug it in, you can play it. When you upgraded to CoCo 3, you got like a free upgrade basically. You plug the same cartridge in. Oh, I've got better graphics now.
Better graphics. Yeah.
I was wondering. That's exactly what I discovered. When I was being a Tetris, being a Tetris head, loving Tetris and everything, and I play it on my CoCo 1 all the time. And then it was only recently that I actually got a CoCo 3 for the first time, and was running. I thought I'll load Tetris on CoCo 3, and all of a sudden there's all these extra graphics, and I go, "Oh, this is really, really cool." It was like the same program, just on a different computer. All the extra thing. I really enjoyed it.
And I was going to ask, like having the fat binary, as we call it, stealing that parlance from the Mac, was that something that you yourself would have chosen to do, knowing that there was a market for both and you wanted to cover both markets, or was that something Tandy or Mark?
No, primarily I was just not Tandy rep, Tandy
contract programmer type thing.
Yeah, I just did what they wanted to do. Like when they sent Tetris, the reason, I thought, okay, here it is. This is what you're going to do, and then I did it, and it was mainly artwork changes. In fact, it was all artwork changes. But I just did whatever they told me to.
Okay, and then Tetris is part of this too, but so is RoboCop and Predator. Those are actually officially licensed games, so there would have been some extra licensing deals to work with. This isn't a Mark Siegel original type thing. Were you involved with negotiations with Tandy to get that done, or was that totally done by them? And then once they'd gotten the license, they just handed it off to you and said, go?
Srini Vasan would go out and pick a game, and then he would call me and say, can you do this? And usually I'd go in the local arcade to see what it was, but I'd call him back and say yes, and he would go off to whoever owned it and do whatever negotiations. And sometimes it would be a three-way conference call, but it was that's how it usually was done.
Okay. And then to go along with the Predator and Robocop, which are, of course, the ones you held up your board prototype earlier of the MMU unit that's built in, so you could actually go past the 32K ROM limit. We've had various talks here on CoCoTALK over the years about how cheap Tandy is infamous for being for, where they'd cut the a capacitor out if they could save 5 cents type thing. How did you on earth did you convince them that did you convince them, or maybe Mark or somebody else at Tandy did? How did they get convinced to actually spend extra money to make a super cartridge?
That's because they wanted those 2 games. And I said, I used, back then, on a 1609, I used a compression algorithm called run length encoding, which is very easy to implement. It does a fairly decent job of compressing low resolution data, which on a color computer with the low resolution 320 by what I can't remember what it was. Anyway,
yeah, 320 192 probably, I think yours were.
It compressed a lot easier. So after doing some compression tests, I just told them there's no way that you either cut the game in half or double the ROM size. And they said, well, we can't double the ROM size. And I said, well, why not? Because we don't have hardware. And then I showed them how to do it. And they said, prove it. So that's when I showed you this board here. Well, I took this was
hold that up for a second.
Down at Tandy.
Yeah, that is
down at Tandy, plugged into the computer. And I showed them it worked. I had the whole game finished. I didn't know if they were going to take it, because within the form it was in, because again, they were going to have to either cut it in half or double the ROM. So
and then pay the extra hardware with the MMU unit and stuff built in.
Yeah.
There's like another game port that you weren't involved with, but one that also got cut down because of trying to fit the 30K ROM was Thexter. And I know a lot of people complain like the entire last levels are not there.
Mm-hmm.
The in between scenes and stuff are not there too, and that's probably could have had the same thing. Now, did you have exclusive rights then because you designed the super cartridge that only your games could do it, or was that something Tandy was trying to sell to other authors? Or
no, I didn't care who used it. I had indications at the time when it started getting closer to the end of the games I was writing for Tandy. I had indications that the color computer's life was ending quickly, and Mark actually called me once, and I hate to say this, but he was kind of in tears. I could tell he was choked up when he finally told me that there was no more color computer. So it was, it's kind of like I do now with my 3D printing and design. I've been retired for 15 years, but I still work. I just don't charge people for it, just to help them and show them how to do things and stuff. And the cartridge here was just my last effort to try to keep the machine alive. And what was happening was other machines were coming out that had larger cartridges and had better sound and so forth. And I was trying to talk them into putting the sound chip in the cartridge and so forth, and it was too late.
Yeah, you and Steve Bjork both were trying to convince him of that. So
yeah. It wasn't. Yeah, I'm sure I wasn't the only one, but it was like if you go get an Atari Home, video game, for example, it was they were getting very impressive games, very long and very in-depth games, and on the IBM PC it was the same thing, like Predator and Robocop. If I can't get this on a cartridge or a program pack, you can't get it. So you can go get another machine that's almost as cheap as a color computer. Well, not quite, but then play a lot more games that are a lot more in depth.
Yeah, because the only other way you could have done it would be doing it on disc, but by that time, I think Tandy pretty well dictated if you wanted to do a disc game, it had to be OS 9, and that would slow down some of these arcade games too much. So, because you did do some OS 9 games too.
Yeah. Yes. Phantom Graph and Zone Runner and something else.
Biosphere from the CoCo 1 and 2 days.
Yeah, I believe.
And Microscopic Mission, I think, is yours too, if I remember.
Yes. Yeah.
Impressive catalog.
Did you go to Rainbow Fest?
Sorry?
Did you go to Rainbow Fest much?
I was headed to Rainbow Fest in Chicago with, Lonnie Falk was his name?
Yeah, Head of Rainbow, yeah.
At the time I went there, I was also still engineering manager. It was now Flight Safety International. And we had a simulator in St. Louis, Missouri that had a technical malfunction that severely injured a pilot in training. And it was on a motion system that I had designed. So I had to cancel my trip and head to St. Louis to see what went wrong. And unfortunately for somebody else, when they installed the simulator, they wired an emergency stop switch backwards and it didn't work. So that's what we found, but I had to cancel the trip. And I was going to come up there a second time. I said, I'm not going to do this because in the business I'm in, sometimes I'll wake up in the morning in Tulsa, and sometimes I'll wake up in Laborge Field in Paris. I don't know. So when aircraft had difficulties, I always slept with a phone on my nightstand by my head, and then somebody called, and I'd go on a plane and take off to who knows where.
So you never were able to go to anyone?
Never made it. The first CoCo Fest I was ever at was last year.
Oh.
That was it.
And
my wife and I showed up there.
You were pretty under the radar too. So if we didn't, if somebody didn't say, "Hey, that's
people didn't
Greg
know you were
Zumwalt,"
there,
we
so-
wouldn't have known. Yeah.
Well, I really didn't plan to sneak in, but
Yeah.
I wasn't even sure if I was going to make it there anyway. But my wife was extremely insistent that this time I was not going to. There's no simulators, no aircraft. I'm retired. I don't do it anymore, so I'm on the way. So here we went.
Oh, we're glad you made it. I mean, I did get to say hi to you very briefly there. So.
Well, it was fun. We enjoyed it.
What do you think of all the new stuff for the CoCo?
My wife wanted to buy about half the stuff there, and
oh, we like her then.
I mean, it's the grandkids. She just loves things for the grandkids, and she ended up, I think I bought every game I could find that I wrote, but I think she bought something. I can't remember what it was, but she wanted to buy a couple of the newer computers that played some of the old games that I'd done and other people had done that she'd seen. She laughed at my GFL football too. She thought that was funny. Because why are they so boxy? And she didn't know they were pixelated, but they're all boxy looking. And I said, honey, just don't ask.
Do you have any emulators?
No, I do not. Somebody sent me one, and I just haven't gotten around to plugging it in yet. I can't remember who sent it. Boise sent it to me. It's still out in the shop, ready to go, but I haven't got a chance to plug it in yet.
What do you?
I think he had some hardware. Because of the CAD software I use, I run on Macs mainly, and on this, on a Mac. I don't know what it is. It's some big Mac, and it's supposed to work on that. It's software or something, and some kind of hardware that will let me emulate it. I wish I had the time right now to do that, to stop and start writing stuff. The 6009 was a fun processor.
So you don't have a CoCo 3?
I couldn't tell you how many CoCo I got. They're all yellow from cigarette smoke, but
you do have some?
There's one. I wish I could. This computer is, it's a big something or other. I wish I could somehow connect my phone, but they're out there in the shop. One of them runs Tetris all the time, like a nightlight. In the entertainment mode, or what do they call it? The attraction.
Like the screensaver or something. Yeah, that's cool.
I leave it out there. If I'm down in the shop too late at night and I forgot to turn the stairway light on, I just leave it on and it guides me up the stairs.
Without tanks.
That's cool.
Yes. Yeah.
Stairway to heaven.
Now, I have a question for you. When we were playing Amazing World of Malcolm Morton, this has actually been mentioned in a couple other of your games too. There's this other person listed as a co-developer with you named Mark Easter. Who is he, and how did that relationship happen? What did he exactly do? What were your duties between each other?
He worked at Flight Safety International, which had purchased Atkins Merrill, and he was a software engineer. And I got so far behind, and he was always interested in the games and buying the games I did, so I got him involved in that one, Microscopic Mission, and a couple others. And what he did on Amazing World of Malcolm Morton was design the algorithm that made the random mazes.
Oh wow!
He did a very interesting implementation. When he showed it to me, I thought, man, I wish I'd have thought about that. It was very simple, but it designed mazes from the inside out.
So did he actually write the code to do that, or did he just give you the algorithm and you coded it?
No, he wrote the code. Yeah, he wrote the code to do it. And what we did was, I think we did a test on an IBM PC. It was on a Tandy 1000. And then what we're going to do is compress the actual maze into small arrays so that I didn't have to use runtime stuff. And we went back to runtime, and I think we ended up doing the compressed mazes that previously built because it took a little bit too long on a 1 megahertz or whatever it was, 1609, to run his algorithm to get the mazes built. They were randomly generated, I believe, on Tandy 1000, but then by the time the fixed mazes in the actual cartridge.
So did you have to share your royalty checks with him on those then, or?
No, well, I shouldn't say this, but I had quite a few people in the business that I've been in, primarily in aviation, avionics design. I've had them make $1 million a year.
Wow.
I can't name their names because then they get mad at me for telling them. But anyway, I'm sure they reported the IRS, but yeah.
We're getting into Nick Marentes type of money here when you start talking millions. So.
No, I didn't do bad in video games, and when I retired from doing video games, after 37 of them, I had enough to retire when I was like 38-ish, 40, and then I went out and played golf. And I'll make this short. The golf pro where I played golf wanted me to join the senior tour, and I was out there busting golf balls all the time. And I finally got to the point standing out on the golf course, I said, this isn't fun anymore. And when an aircraft company called me back and said, can you take your video game graphics and put them in an aircraft? I said, well, sure. So then I came back out of retirement and started doing avionics and aviation and simulation equipment.
Was that directly tied to you're doing Flight Sim 1 then too? Like, was that kind of a cross between the two?
Flight Sim 1 was long before, but most of the people, when I go to consult with people, they would ask, did you do Tetris? Or is that your game? You know how many nights I've wasted at college not being able to sleep because of your stupid game?
Yes.
I mean, people would call and say, can you put this on that? Can you do this with that? And I'd say, well, yeah, sure. What kind of processor? Some were like, there was an old Texas Instruments processor. It was actually one of my funnest. It was the TMS 3401, I believe. It was very blisteringly fast. They called it a signal processor, but they could do some very impressive graphics. So they would always say, can you convert your graphic engine to this? And I'd say, sure, why not?
Now getting back, go ahead.
Pardon?
I was going to say, getting back to the Tandy, like you basically started with Tandy with Starblaze, and then you did like Biosphere and others. So obviously you played with OS9 and a few things too. Flight Sim 1, Varlock, which was pretty cool. I'll get into that a bit more in a later question. But when the CoCo 3 came out, you were some of the first release titles. So I have to assume you were one of the people that actually had prototypes ahead of time. Is that correct?
Yes. And I had, Mark Siegel actually called me on the phone after this last interview I did, because I had what I swear he called it Color Computer 4, and I have a listing of the ROM of the Color Computer 4 in my office back in the closet back over here, and he insisted it was not true, and I think somebody dissected it and said they thought it was an advanced Color Computer 3, but all the time, I swear, all the time Mark and I were talking about it was a 4. But yes, he would send me they would send me about probably 6 to 8 months in advance, or whatever the latest computer was.
Now, were you involved at all with the design stage of that? Because I know Steve Bjork had some input of stuff he wanted to have in the CoCo 3, and of course they denied most of it due to cost. But did you have any involvement with helping design the specs?
No, I think Mark had a mannerism in which he could kind of get something out of you without you knowing that that's what he was doing. They'd say, Greg, how could you do this and something? I said, well, it'd be nice if we had that or something. But other than that, no, it would just be, he would ask me a question. I'd say, well, yeah, I'd prefer to have this instead of that. But
what about the deluxe CoCo?
No, I mean, again, after I bought my first color computer, I think I mentioned earlier, like $500, a chiclet keyboard.
Yeah.
I never had to buy another one.
No.
That's the only money I ever spent on a color. They sent me fixed drives. What are they, 5 gigabytes? I've still got the two of them in the shop out there. And all my floppy drives they sent me, the expansion packs, and anything else they want me to work on, they'd send it to me.
And I will say, as far as the CoCo 4 goes, because I know Mark has claimed that there never was a CoCo 4, there was never a plan for a CoCo 4, etc. Boise's actually got one of the cases that was done as a prototype, which has the floppy drive built in with a CoCo 3 keyboard on it.
Have that.
And he got that from one of the people that worked at Tandy. So I think Mark's just misremembering, or maybe the project got a bit further than he thought. But there was a prototype case made, and there's pictures of it. Boise's actually going to be doing a special on his channel here in the future. So,
well, I sent him or showed him a copy of a listing, and it's from on my printer, and it said CoCo 4 ROM, and I was asked to do something, and I can't remember what I think he was integrate a sound chip or something.
Whatever. The Holy Grail.
Yeah, because the deluxe CoCo did have the integrated sound chip, and I've actually got copies of the OS9 source code microware did for the drivers for it that were running, because they had 50,000 of those produced motherboard-wise, and then Tandy pulled the rug on it and destroyed all the boards. Well, not most of them anyway. But it had the sound chip, basically the sound speech packs sound chip built into it. And drivers were done. That was around the 83, 84 range, just when you got in with Starblaze, I guess.
I think that's, like I said, I've got, for whatever reason, the listing says CoCo 4 ROM on it. And I wouldn't have done something like that unless Mark had asked me to start working on it.
Wow.
I believe it was sound chip integration. I do not remember exactly what it was, but I have to go back and look through line by line.
That's before the gimme chip too, right?
No, this is CoCo 4.
CoCo 4 would be after.
Yeah,
Oh,
CoCo
so
4, yeah.
would it have included a gimme chip in it still?
I don't know if it got far enough design-wise to figure that out or not.
And at my age, I don't remember much of anything. If I said something, it would be I would be making it up.
Yeah, right.
Have you heard of the Gimme X that's coming out?
No, I have not heard of that.
Yeah, that's an FPGA version of the Gimme. First of all, is make it so you can make a compatible Gimme chip, because the Gimme is one of the few chips you can't outsource anywhere these days. But now they're also expanding. It has VGA support. They're adding extra graphics modes. They're going to support up to 3 megahertz, burst mode with RAM and all kinds of things. So I was looking forward to that. What was your main development tools then? I mean, I'm assuming if you're working with Tandy, you probably got a copy of like EdTesm on cartridge at the beginning, maybe the disk version later, or did you end up using third-party ones like MicroWorks or some of the other ones that were a bit more advanced?
I wrote Packet Man. I wrote about and all the way up into Starblaze in machine language. It was I just entered the hexadecimal code.
You hand assembled.
Pardon me?
That's hand assembling.
Yes.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right.
And everybody would always ask me, did I write this in C? And the reason they would, because I would just kind of pseudo subroutine everything, and you'd have to leave like, let's say 100 bytes of memory between each subroutine, because as they grew, you just don't have to move everything around by hand. It was a little pain.
We're not worthy.
From a few of the earlier developers that did the same thing, Stephen Hirsch, who did Speed Racer for Mictron back in the day, he did the same thing for Speed Racer. And I just can't imagine that. I've hand assembled like tiny little subroutines, but that's it.
I mean, I unroll loops, and I would write code. When it ran, it would create an unroll loop for clearing the screen, because I didn't want to enter the same code over and over and over and over and over. So I would write one routine, one of those, like 30 bytes that would write a loop unroller, so I could do a push all the registers to clear the screen.
So you eventually did get into an assembler, I hope.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I was
going to ask you to do RoboCop with hand assembly, I hope.
Yeah.
Now, what assembler did you end up using?
The first one I used I probably got it out of a magazine like Rainbow, and I can't remember what it was. But all the assemblers that I remember using were disk-based.
Okay, but you didn't use the Tandy ones then?
I probably then, if Tandy had one, they probably supplied it to me. I know
they weren't the best though, so I thought if you had found a decent third-party tool, you might have stuck with it.
Now you're going back into the cobwebs in my mind. I'll be making something up. I don't want to make anything up. So.
And sorry, somebody else was asking a question. I cut them off. So
I think it was John Strong.
Yeah. I was just going to say some feedback. One reason for doing some of the, the hexo disassembly. He got in very early, like the 4004. You wouldn't have had assemblers those times, so you'd been used to doing some of that. I know when I played with the Cosmic 1802, there was no assembler that I had available for that, so I'd have to hand assemble everything and do the routines and stuff. And so it's probably something he was used to doing by that time, would be my guess.
If you look up, Heathkit made, I can't remember, it was a breadboarding 6800 base.
A trainer, yes, they had a
it was something like
18.
ET3400, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's when the 4004 type processors only have like 20 instructions, so it was really easy to do. When you get into 6800, that got up to 40 or 50, and I wish, if you want me to, I can go out in the shop and pick one up. But I had these, we used to call them cheat sheets. They unfolded in like a necktie plus, and had every single instruction, and I just memorized them.
And
that Heathkit, we had those in when I was doing trade school. It was quite a few years after CoCo stuff and everything, but we still had those. It's like a little circuit board with some 7-segment LED displays and a hexadecimal keyboard, and that was it basically. Yeah.
Yeah, it had a little breadboard at the bottom.
Yep.
And so, that kind of gives you a different thought of, of the way you think about things. I still at times, when I'm coding, and remember the opcodes for some of the 6809 and hex, So I understand where he's coming from that.
Yeah, I still remember from disassembly because you try to spot routines. Even when I was doing those 639 patches recently, that was all, I just looked at the code. Oh, that's a push. That must be a stack blast. I can see he's got a lot of registers going, type of thing.
Yeah, because personally, I got to the point that I could do most of the single step, a lot of the stuff by looking at code in my head. I would have to stop and think about the condition codes and things like that. So, and he's had a lot more experience and wrote a lot more than I did. So I imagine he's a level at least equal or better than that.
Well, I've forgotten most of it, but if you'd like to see one of the cheat sheets, I've got one out there in the shop. You just have me a second to get to it.
No, that's cool. You got more questions, Curtis?
Not too many. I just got, I think, 3 or 4. So.
All right. Well, how about if we want to do that, we can take we can do a commercial break, and then if you want to look for that, Greg, that would be great.
How long will it take? How long do I have?
I will give you 4 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna run upstairs.
I can give you more time if you need 5-10 minutes. It's fine. Well, you're doing.
Yeah, we can ramble on if you're not back yet. That's fine.
And bring your CoCo one with you.
I'll take off right now and see if I can find.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That would be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Okay, I'm gone.
All right. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna start off. We've got a brand new CoCo thoughts from Samuel Gimes. Samuel Gimes is a man of many thoughts. And Samuel Gimes is usually very topical as well, as you've noticed as of late. Most of the CoCo thoughts are revolving around current events. So I have a feeling this CoCo thought will probably be topical in that respect. How about before we do that, we've got a new haiku. So Ben Drakes has been capturing some of the things we say throughout the week, and he's come up with a whole unexpected haiku thing. So let's look at the latest haiku that Ben Drakes has posted for us. This one he's quoting Rick Adams. And here's our haiku. Okay. Well, no, you already have what I've done. I just am not sure. I added everything. Rick Adams. Okay. I don't know if that's almost like a William Shatner reading there. It's I need more power. But yeah, so I'm not sure the cadence on how to read that, but here's the latest unexpected haiku quoting legendary game designer Rick Adams. Let's find our latest CoCo thoughts, and then we are going to take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with some more Greg Zumwalt. Now, I just need to find the damn CoCo thoughts. I have too many things now in my... here we go. Here's the latest CoCo thoughts, boys and girls. Enjoy.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale priced for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake
and whisper the name of Nick Marentes 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
All right, and we're back. And one of the things that was mentioned there, somebody who is, if you have not noticed, there is a huge hole in our show today because we are missing none other than... So Nick is not with us today. Nick is a little under the weather as well, so Nick is not here. But it was mentioned that if you mention Nick's name 3 times, you might get a project idea. So we are back with, we have legendary, we affectionately refer to Rick Adams as legendary game designer Rick Adams. But we are speaking to another legendary game designer, Greg Zumwalt. So thanks for coming back with us, Greg. So we are back from break. And where did we leave off, Curtis?
Before I get back into questions, did you want to do some of your show and tell?
Well, here was the, this is the Star Blaze. I was telling you about the epoxy board. This is the first one that they sent me. And it's a proof of concept that this is how we tested our games. So they'd send me this, and then we'd have to run through testing, make sure it didn't crash. And then they'd start producing them. And here is... This is probably a little interest because this is the, I was talking about the cheat sheets.
Oh, wow.
This is for the 6800. I'm trying to.
Yeah. So those are all the opcodes. Yeah.
Opcodes and addressing codes and cycle counts. And
yeah, everything you need to know how to get the instruction. This is the same thing, but this is the 6809 version, which is longer. Here we go, side to side. Because the 09 had a lot more registers and stuff in it. But
That's really cool.
I don't know if you can read this at all.
Little glary and reflecty.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it at an angle. Oh.
Okay, Mr. G. Zumwalt. Okay, dear Greg, why don't you read it to us since we can't read it too well?
Okay.
Yeah.
I should. It says, "Dear Greg, as per our conversation of July 9th, 1982. The following is a specification for the game we would be interested in having you do for us. The concept is very loose and open. We would, however, like the program to utilize the 4-color ability of the F8 mode and FF22. Please look at the concept over, and I'll be giving you a call very soon as a matter. Upon your acceptance, Mr. Van Chandler, I remember him, will contact you concerning intellectual property rights." So it says, "Sincerely, Mark Siegel," and then it gives me the game concept. They called it Moonbase. And
interesting.
Down at the bottom, I wish I could get this on here. I was a little bit wrong.
Radio Shack. Okay, 22,000. 22,000. Nice.
I said it was 24. And again, it's been a long time, so I forget.
Yeah.
I framed this. It hangs upstairs. I had to rip it off the wall along with this thing. So when my wife comes home, she's going to say something. I won't say anything else. I was looking. I was digging through my listings back there. I found Tetris, RoboCop, and Predator. I didn't find the CoCo ROM 4 listing. I was hoping to find that real fast, but it's in there someplace. It's just under a stack.
Yeah, I think we've seen a picture of it before because you'd given a picture of it to somebody when you were trying to figure out whether it was for the actual.
Boise, yeah.
I bet it's in the warehouse with the Ark of the Covenant.
Where do you live?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh.
Hey, and what's your address?
You're a little loud, Bruce.
I'm just kidding.
Bruce, you're coming a little hot.
I have actually invited a couple of people. One was Boise to come up and dig through the stuff if he wanted to. And I've got floppy drives. I got the fixed discs. I got expansion packs. I don't know what else out there. 3 or 4 color computers. I gave somebody, and I think it may have been Boise, a prototype of what I thought was the Color Computer 4, and he said it wasn't. It was something else, but I don't remember.
Okay.
And listings everywhere. So source code on discs. I showed you my little pile of.
These are your source code discs. Wow.
These, along with being on the hard drive, there's Phantom Graph, Prototype, Robocop Predator, Microscopic Mission. It goes on Zone Runner, Prototype again, Football, so forth. But I don't even know. I was going to try to connect the system together and see if I could recover some of it. But I figured that there's a lot of you people far, far smarter than I am about this stuff anymore, that I would probably blow something up or ruin something.
I'm sure you get some volunteers.
Yeah, at one time, Boise was going to get somebody that's professional at recovering some of this stuff off, just the raw hard drive, but I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah, because speaking of Rick Adams, who did Temple of Rom in Shanghai and some other stuff for Tandy too, we've helped him recover some of his original source code discs and stuff too. So I'm sure you'll get lots of volunteers in the community to help with that.
I've got them there. They're all over the place in the shop there, but.
Interesting little slices of history there when you have the original source code. It's kind of cool.
Sure.
Like the blueprint.
Did you comment your source code much, or was it very sparse?
Yeah. No, I commented everything. I wish I could get one of the listings out and show you, but yeah, it's got I commented heavy.
Yeah, because it's been fascinating because I've seen some original source code from various developers, and some people put a ton of comments. I'm one of those too. And then others just put very sparse comments, like here's 150 lines of code and there's like a 10-word description of what that routine does, and that's it. So
it's just my background being in avionics and aviation. It's just, you do so much stuff. If you don't write something down within 5 months, you can't remember what it was you just did.
Yeah, that's me.
It just takes too long to recover or rethink what you did than just write good comments.
Yeah. Hey, the Devil Bunny's here. That's Aaron.
Oh yeah, from the CoCo show. I'm sure they'll be reviewing. Well, they played your Malcolm Mortar game too. So, which speaking of which, so getting into the games, you've done a fair bit of arcade ports or official ports from other companies like Microscopic Mission, which was, I believe, an Activision game. For the ones that were more original ones, it sounds like basically Tandy would give you the specs for it. Now, from you reading that letter you have framed there, it sounds like you had some leeway on maybe adding concepts to it or tweaking the game, or.
I believe in this particular case, this is what I was telling you, that he saw that, I can't remember the name of the game now. The one I sold American Small Business Computers.
Fender.
No,
Fender.
Okay.
And he basically wanted something similar, and he kind of said, use the 4-color mode, do this, and show me what you can do. And basically, I had to show him what I could do. And at that game, I don't think he made that many changes to, but some of them he made substantial changes. And some of them, like Tetris, they had their own non-military desire. But some of them, he got to the point where he told me one time, every game you do looks like your work. And I'm thinking, well, I did it.
Yeah, right.
He was getting tired of the way I was doing things. I guess he wanted something new and different. But
because I was going to ask on the more original games like Biosphere, Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar, Varlock, which was kind of like Archon, except you did that whole 3D floating on a platform battle rather than just the two pieces fighting in 2D like it was done on the other platforms. I was going to ask, do you have any interesting stories about how you came up with some of those ideas, or was it Mark dictating the ideas, or a combination of the both of you kind of agreeing in the middle, or how did that work?
I think Varlock was kind of something Minotaur, something ripoff, but what he wanted was the 3-dimensional portion for the actual battle, but in the chess mode, he wanted a real chess algorithm. So another friend of mine who worked for me, his name Fred Holmes, and I worked on a chess algorithm, and I knew by the time I got finished, we knew more about chess than I ever cared to know about. But it was basically how many levels down do you want to go and make every single possible move on the game board before you finally pick your best possible shot. And an algorithm like that's recursive descent, it just burns tons of processor time. So we only got down like 3 or 4 levels. But basically, the player would move a piece, and the computer would take every single piece and move it every possible direction and add up the points on the board by how important the piece was. And then it would take every single move the opponent could possibly take, and then do every single move the computer could do it. And then at the end of this, you did the stack thing. You had the highest number was at the top, and that's the move you would take. And I mean, chess algorithms today, I'm sure, are more sophisticated than that, but that was actually running in a color computer. Surprised the heck out of me.
Wow.
I just found it fascinating that you actually went like to a 3D play field for the two pieces to literally battle them, between each other type thing, because that was unique at the time. Like I said, Archon had come out, I think, on the Amiga originally, or maybe.
Well, there was Battle Chess too, right? But Battle Chess was still kind of pseudo isometric looking, but it was more sprite than vector based. So this is kind of like a 3D version of Battle Chess, right? Where they're getting into a fight.
Yeah. Except you could actually like ram somebody off the edge of the platform, or you could get knocked off yourself. So you wouldn't even even if you're swinging swords and axes and stuff, you could damage each other that way. But you also could knock each other off, instantly killing the other person. So it had some unique gameplay that the other ones didn't have, which I always thought was fascinating.
Neat.
The graphic engine that I developed when I was in college, I worked at a pinball machine repair place, but they only let me fix the solid state versions because they had the older generation at the time could fix all the relay machines. They just want me to fix the computer machines. And one of my favorite games is called Battle Zone by Atari, an arcade machine. And when I saw that game, I designed a 3D graphic engine specifically so I could duplicate it. And then I did never sell that. I don't know what happened to it, but that's from that same graphic engine was when Flight Sim 1 came from. And then Flight Sim 1 transitioned to Barlock. And the graphic engine kept getting smaller and smaller because as I started learning more about three-dimensional graphics, I could cut huge chunks of code out and make it run faster.
Which actually, now that you mentioned that, one thing we tend to ask authors too is there any unreleased games that you proposed to Tandy, you had them done or whatever that never got released because they said, no, that doesn't really fit our plans at the moment? Do you have any of those? There
was a new version of Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar.
Wow.
That was a two-dimensional slider game. And I can't remember what game it was pseudo modeled after, but it was like you jump on a moving platform that slide back and forth, and you dodge rolling balls coming down hills, and jump on vines and swing back and forth. And
like a Pitfall almost sounds like.
Yeah, something like that. But
okay.
Yes, it was almost, I'd say exactly like that, or it was more with the detail that was in like Predator and RoboCop. I mean, as details you get in a color computer, but it had that kind of graphic background, and we had it ready to go, and that's it was, I would say, a month before that is when Mark had called me on the phone, and he was, like I said, choked up, and he knew it was the end.
Wow.
Do you still have a copy of that amongst your discs, do you think?
It probably is. I would say it's on one of my fixed discs, but I don't think I have a listing of it, and I can't even remember what I called it, but it's in there someplace.
That'd be a fascinating thing to find. You could probably sell it and make a little bit of side cash for yourself there.
It should be there, but I don't know.
Look forward to that second $24,000 check.
CoCo Fest Tulsa.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that'd be fascinating if you can find that, or if we can arrange to have somebody come and help you go through your archives of stuff there and find that'd be fascinating.
It would probably be wise, as old as I am, and as I haven't worked with color computer in decades, except my nightlight, my Tetris nightlight. I'd be afraid to plug I couldn't even remember which plug to plug into what end of whatever it was. So I would do something wrong, smoke the whole thing, and then history would be gone in an ash heap.
That's cool.
So did you? I got a question. Did you go with Apple stuff because it was a gradual sticking with Motorola stuff?
No, I wasn't even an Apple individual. I used IBM PCs almost exclusively because the company that made my printed circuit boards for aircraft equipment and stuff was only on the PC, and I can't remember the one reason. Oh, some graphic program I had to use. No, it's Autodesk Fusion 360. When it first came out, it ran better on a Mac than it did on a PC. So I got my first Mac was a notebook, and then just kept buying Macs. My last IBM PC is a Sony something. It's a notebook, but it's got to be 10.
Yeah, Sony hasn't made the Vio in a while. Sony got out of the PC business. Yeah,
it was running Windows XP, and for some reason, somebody sent me a note, said, "Would you please upgrade your machine to 10?" So they sent me this link, and I upgraded to 10, and so far it's been running fine. But I don't use it that much anymore at all.
And that kind of segues into my next question, which was basically after the CoCo market finished, and then we kind of got a warning here in Canada because Intertan dropped it a year earlier than the States did. I think in Australia they did that too. But what platforms did you program for afterwards, either professionally or as a hobby? Because I know you've done some hobby Atari 2600 programming, for example.
I did a game called Michael Jordan in Flight on an IBM PC for Electronic Arts. And it was a big, highly promoted. I got a poster over here on the wall. I'm going to hold it up here just a second.
Okay. Have you played that one, Stevie?
Michael Jordan in Space? What did he say it was called?
Michael Jordan in Flight. I've actually
in Flight.
seen the box,
Michael Jordan in Flight. No. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
His signature is right down there. But anyway.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because that was the cover art of the box when I remember.
It was an IBM PC 3-dimensional basketball game.
Oh, neat.
And we went to Chicago and set up a blue screen and had all the Sony it was Betacam equipment. It was real expensive stuff. And videotaped him doing some of his favorite moves. And then came back to Tulsa and put vectors on all of his arms. He hated this. We had little cotton balls, colored cotton balls on his elbows.
Oh, wow. And they do that now for motion capture. So that's...
It's automatic. We had to connect the dots ourselves by hand.
Wow.
We'd create we'd have bitmaps, two-dimensional bitmaps created of every single rotary angle. And then we could scale the bitmaps for distance, depth perception. And it was played on a hardwood floor looking thing. Didn't have an audience because it ran out of horsepower on the PC back then, but it did pretty well. And back in those days, you didn't buy software online like you do. You had to go to a software or bookstore. And the promotion they had, my poster got ruined, but it hung from the ceiling tiles in the store, and it was Michael Jordan from the waist down, as if he'd plowed through the ceiling.
Oh, wow.
And I had one of those, but it got wet or something when we moved and threw it away. It was promoted really heavy. I did a very good job. And I think that may have been the last game I did.
The last commercial game.
Yes, last commercial game, yes.
Did you do a lot of Tandy 1000 stuff?
No, hardly at all. I mean, I think the Michael Jordan Flight was developed on a Tandy-based machine. An 8080 or 8000 class machine, but I don't think that I recall did that much of anything else other than that. I can't remember anything else. I think that was the last one.
And then you've done a fair bit of homebrew on the Atari 2600 for sure. And have you done any other platforms? And what kind of got you into that? Is it nostalgia or?
There was another lady. Her name was Sherry something, and she actually worked for Activision. And she was beating me over the head for years to try to get on the Atari platform. So I made an emulator and started doing the work. And then it was at that time that I think Atari went bankrupt or something. They stopped paying the developers, and everything just stopped. So I just quit. Like the golf course was calling, I guess.
Was this the original video game crash? Was this like the 1985 video game crash, or was this after that?
I'm guessing it was in the mid '80s. I mean, I was out of it by by '90 for sure. I wasn't doing video games. Before I say that, someone's going to quote me. What was I doing when I did that? No, I think I was working on Michael Jordan Flight in like early '90s, late '80s, early '90s when I finally got finished. So the Ataris would have been 3 or 4 years before that, at least. Yeah.
It was published in '93. I just found a YouTube.
Which one was that?
The Michael Jordan in Flight game.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember a gentleman that built a house for me. Sent me a fax showing some story from the Wall Street Journal. You got some front page or something. I thought, why are they interested in a video game like this? But anyway.
Neat.
Now, have you gotten any consideration for maybe, for a nostalgia's sake or whatever, actually getting back into the CoCo and just doing kind of a retro game for fun?
I thought about that. I think I must have hinted to some or at the last CoCo Fest. What was it, like the 30th annual or 20th annual last or something? Anyway, I think it was Boise who sent me this the interface or something for the hardware or for the Mac environment, and some firm or software. And I think I've actually got the software loaded on this particular machine. I just haven't got any further than that.
Yeah, because there's cross development tools. You can do everything on the PC now, so it's a lot faster development. There's debuggers built in to MAME and stuff.
That's this would be on a Mac, and I'm almost positive I've got it on here someplace. I just can't remember what I did with it. And I get inundated because I work for free. I get inundated with people who want me to design things for them.
Wow.
Yeah, because you're doing a lot with 3D printers now, right? I mean, we heard it earlier in the show.
Yeah, I design things for. I design some of my stuff for funnies, but everything I design, I try to teach somebody something different. And I get asked for universities from Austria to Australia to design something that does this or shows that or something. So most of the stuff I do couldn't be considered whimsical, but the basic idea is there's mechanical and engineering work behind it. Like this little guy sits on my desk. It's called a hopper, and it solves the physics equations. But basically, when you turn him on, it compresses the spring and then illustrates both potential and kinetic energy. And the student's supposed to decide which one it is, but if you, I don't know if you can see it or not.
Yeah. Okay, let's see it.
But it just hop around the table.
It's kind of like the Pixar lamp a little bit. That's what it reminds me of.
I think when some of these people give me, say, can you please design something like that for me? I think that's what they see is some other device. And they don't give me the details, but they say, can you make this device that illustrates potential and kinetic energy, 3D printed, as cheap as you can? So I'll say, sure. I had another group ask me to design this thing, which is based on old mechanical toys. It's basically, you turn it on, you put it on the table, and it won't fall off the table. It's the wheel design is pivoted such that it touches the center turning wheel, and then when it gets to the edge of the table, it just turns around and goes the other way. And it's all mechanical. There's no sensors, no nothing.
Wow.
Some of these guys from the
very cool.
They make automatons, what I kind of enjoy these days. So
what's the little robot guy back there?
Where?
Behind
Which side? This
guy?
Yeah.
I made this for Fab Lab Tulsa. It's a dancing robot, and this one doesn't have his motor and battery, and I wish I had one. He does a little twist, but they had a Maker Faire Tulsa last year, and they gave me a miniature version of this, so I designed this bigger one that they keep in their Fab Lab. This is just a geared version, but the other one says Fab Lab Tulsa. Yeah, all this.
Hey, Greg, I'm a huge fan of Varlock. I think Varlock 2 would be awesome.
See, how fast does a color computer run these days?
Well,
stick a 6309 in it, and maybe that Gimme X you might have a shot.
Yeah, the Gimme X might help.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get a 3D print of the bat from Varlock. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, that would be easy. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that would be.
Now, can you make it do some type of kinetic stuff too?
We don't want much.
Yeah.
No. It's fine. I just if you can see behind me, these are all. I wish I could move the camera around, but they're just things that people have asked me to do, and like this. Am I wasting your time?
No, not at all.
No.
You're allowed to promote your current stuff all you want.
I don't want to waste anybody's time, but
He's already promoted the fact that he works for free. So
ears perked up on
that $24,000 check's going to take a long time to show up at free labor rates. That looks like a Ferris wheel.
I broke the. Wouldn't you know it? I just had to break the connector just by the time it's an exploding Darth Vader. I broke the connector off of it, darn it. But anyway, he explodes and goes back together. And then here's some twin hummingbirds, and here's another
cool kinetic sculptures.
Here's another. I have to do this one carefully. This was another whimsical box, but
the skull comes up.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And he presses the button to close the door. It's like, leave me alone, I'm sleeping. Yeah. That reminds me of the old things where you'd put a coin in there and something would happen, and you know?
It's similar, very similar.
Yeah.
So how long have you been into the 3D printing, and what got you involved with that? Because that seems to be a new passion for you.
Of all the software and electronics program I did throughout my entire life, I always watched mechanics with CNC milling machines make some beautiful stuff. So I bought some CNC mill and lathe, and I figured out how to use it. It's just like to create a gear on a CNC mill or a Hobbit is like 4 or 5 hours, and I can print one in about 10 minutes. So I thought plastic was the way to go. It's the way of the future, and I got interested just in learning mechanics from the years of electrical engineering and software engineering. I'd never messed with mechanical stuff before, so 3D printers was an easy entry into it. And I started.
How long have you been into 3D printers now? Then, like a couple years, or
when
longer?
did the hurricane go through New York City?
That's been at least 4 years.
Well, the first printer I bought was from a company called MakerBot, and I ordered it in like August, and it didn't get there till February the next year because the hurricane went through there and tore the place up. So it happened whenever that was, is when I got my first 3D printer. Then a company
that was in 2012.
Wow, it's been more than 4 years. 8 years ago. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think a CoCo could run a 3D printer?
It should be able to. I mean, the printers today have microprocessors on them. In fact, my S5, my biggest printer here, is the newest. It's very sophisticated. It's on the network, and I send files to it. But generating G code is actually pretty easy. It's just converting a solid model into slices and shipping it out in G code commands to the machine is a non-trivial task, numerically. But
right, doing the slice would take forever on a CoCo.
Right.
I think so.
It could send the G code to it, but the slice would out of the range.
And people who design slicers and write software, I mean, I can't even imagine. I haven't even stopped and thought about it, but it seems like an extraordinary process to me. So I haven't ever designed a slicer. I use them, but I don't design them.
Yeah, I'm just interested in it because I'm also one of the 3D printers in the group. I have made cases for a lot of different projects for people.
Yeah, so I have a 3D printer as well.
I got my second printer was given to me by a company called Ultimaker, and to me, they're probably the low to middle end of the industrial prototyping 3D printers.
Wow.
They're highly accurate, and I mean, every one of my printers are usually running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, nonstop.
Wow.
I mean, I paused when they got finished the current prints because I was here. I paused my printer so it wouldn't make any more noise, but they've got, each of them probably has 12 parts in queue ready to print.
And that's
You're more
something
busy
else.
in retirement than you were when you were working.
Yeah, and you don't get paid either.
You got to stop saying that. We're going to work in that $24 an hour check, man. You got to raise your rates, man.
I do get free PLA from some people.
If you can find Malcolm Mortar 2 there, we'll buy it. We'll make you a little bit of money.
And your previously
Well, that's what I
unreleased
said.
title?
At some point, I need to get a group together somehow and come down to the basement and dig through this stuff and see what's there. Because
Well, who was close to you? Was that Mark Bosley? Are you close to him? You in Okie as well?
Moore, Oklahoma, yeah. That's just
right.
west of Oklahoma City, I believe.
We're all going to chip in, give Mark some gas money, and we're going to get him to come out there. And
It's only like 100 miles away.
I'll leave now. I could be there in 8 hours.
There you go.
It's about an hour and a half.
I think Boise's in someplace in
Louisiana.
Louisiana. I mean, it's not very far either. I mean, it's easy a day drive.
Oh.
The kid promised to come up here about 9-10 months ago, but I don't know what happened to him. Never heard back from him.
Well, with CoCoTALK being postponed, maybe we should all just converge at Greg's house.
There you go.
That's what I said.
We'll have
CoCo Fest.
Greg Fest. Yeah. CoCo Fest Tulsa, right? So.
With 37 titles, and there was obviously different success with other ones. Do you have one that you were most proud of? Maybe not necessarily the one that sold the most, but was there one that stands out in your mind that you were most proud of the work that you did with that one?
I enjoyed Predator a lot, and part of it was because it was the first the what they call it, the expanded pack, whatever it was, and then that was, I think, the first game I put compression in. There's a lot of, it was a fairly long game, and I wrote a tool, and I can't remember the name of the tool, but it was like a tile editing tool. So you could design individual. I don't know if you know these 2D slider games are all made up by tiles, and they use them over and over and over again. So the tile editing tool I created let me duplicate the tiles that were actually in Predator, and then let me lay the tiles out and create the actual scene. And it could be you could define a tile as a floating tile or a sliding tile or a vine tile, something like that. Whatever was in the game, and it was. I had a lot of fun doing that. It was a lot of fun.
So a ripping tool and a level layout tool. Yeah.
So, other people during the time that you wrote, did you hang out with anybody, or talk to them, or communicate with them? Were you on CompuServe or anything?
Nope. I remember I told somebody else's story. I'd have people call me and said, "Greg, you've something about showing up for a party." And I said, "Oh, am I late?" And he goes, "Yeah, it was like 4 days ago." I'd be in the house, and I had a very small swimming pool in the backyard, but I usually sit there in my swimming trunks and a tank top with a cigarette hanging out of my mouth, and coffee, and I would write code. I'd go day and a half, 2 days easy without sleep, and would not know what time it was, daytime, nighttime, and just wouldn't pay attention.
Do you still have the same wife?
Yeah. What she does now is it's in 3D printing, but she'll come down the basement and say, "Greg, you realize it's 2 o'clock in the morning?" "Oh, really?"
Time flies.
Hey, Greg, who did your graphics? Do you do all the pixel work yourself, or did somebody else do that?
I would believe I would say about 99% of the graphics that was done, I did myself. Yeah.
That's
Which
impressive.
is what Mark Siegel was complaining about, because it always looked the same.
Did anybody complain to Michelangelo about that?
I was going to say, since Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar was our cross podcast game here a week or two ago, is there any special memories or play tricks that you remember, or coding tricks that you used in that particular game?
No, again, it's.
Besides, you mentioned that Mark came up with the mapping algorithm.
The algorithm that generated the different layers of different levels of grid or mazes. But no, I don't remember that much. I mean, I wrote most of the code. Mark wrote that code, and the first time he helped me was on a game called Microscopic Mission, and we had to port that from a IBM PC environment to I think it was OS 9, I believe.
Yep, OS 9 CoCo 3. Yep.
And he did a fairly decent job. He was pretty good at looking at things and creating algorithms for solving particular problems. But he did not know what a pseudo-random sequence generator was. And he showed me a piece of code. I looked at it and I said, "Oh, it's a pseudo-random sequence generator." He goes, "What do you use that for?" And I said, "Well, 2 things. You can do random mazes with it, and another game we're going to do. But it also generates fairly decent white noise if your sequencer is long enough." And he said, "What's white noise?" But he knew airplanes, but he didn't know anything about games and so forth. So it was a steep learning curve for him. I think he did 2 or 3 games with me. But Malcolm Mortar was, I liked his maze generating algorithm. But aside from that, it was kind of just kind of similar to different form, but similar to what we've done in the past.
Because we found, like, when we were playing it, like a lot of people hadn't really played it that much. I think they just didn't read the manual enough to understand what you're supposed to do, etc. But it was a fairly different game in that you could win it, but you could also extend the game as much as you could to build your score before you won. And if you were going for score, you had to make sure you didn't keep getting shot by quills, etc. And there's a bunch of different elements. You can play it many different ways depending on how you wanted to play it. You could have fun, trying to last as long as you could, or try to win as fast as you can, and it was a fairly unique combination of gameplays, and I think a lot of people discovered that during the challenge during that week when we were playing Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar, because a lot of people hadn't really got into the game all that much before.
Well, there's some other interesting parts about it that I can't remember if Mark wrote it or I wrote it, but was like you could actually brick yourself in, and that was the end of it. And detecting that whenever you laid down bricks, you had to rapidly go out, because the player could lay them down within reason anywhere they wanted to on a certain grid area. But if they lay down bricks and brick themselves in, you have to have an algorithm that can rapidly search through the base to see if there's still a way to get out. And if there's not, that's the end of it. But,
and that whole permanent versus temporary brick, where you could block yourself off, you would kill yourself, but you don't make it permanent yet. You can survive.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of good elements to that game. I'd kind of forgotten, like I'd gotten pretty good at it back in the day too, and I hadn't played it in years. And when we got the challenge going, I was like, "Oh, I remember this now."
But I don't remember that many people talking about Malcolm Mortar, but I remember getting cussed at and yelled at and made fun of Tetris for all the people who flunked high school and college playing the stupid thing. I said, "Hey, you probably didn't play my version." Yes, it was. I saw it. But yeah.
Oh, wow.
Now we might have had some people here that have said that about Predator because it's really hard.
I don't remember when it was. Not too long ago, I actually plugged that development board into my nightlight color computer up there and tried to even get past the first level. No way. I know there's a trick to it, and there was a very good trick, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it was.
Actually, that brings me another thing too. I wanted to quickly ask. A lot of developers really like making games, but don't like playing them that much. They might play test their own, and that's the extent of it. They don't play a lot of other people's games and stuff. Where did you fall in that? Were you an actual arcade fan, or?
That's me. No, my favorite game was one of the original. What was it? My wife could tell me because I used to play. 20, 30 years ago, all the time. Mario Brothers, the first of their little the 2D sliders, which is where the second Malcolm Mortar was kind of modeled off of also. But aside from that, no, I couldn't stand video games. Just couldn't stand
I always found that ironic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. For a guy who's written so many.
Did you ever consider?
It's like even 3D printing. I keep I'll go even way back. When I first wrote Starblaze, and my friend who managed Radio Shack store, Admiral Sheridan in Tulsa, kept telling me it was on its way, it's on its way, and I really thought when I walked in and saw it hanging on the wall, I was going to be excited. And I walked in and looked at it. I turned around and walked out, and he goes, "Where are you going?" I said, "I got to write some more code." He goes, "I thought we'd sit here." And no, it just didn't mean that much. It was really a letdown. But it's basically everything I do is like that. Even up to 3D printing. I'll have a design in mind that somebody wants me to do. It's very complicated. I get it together, and they love it. And I'm thinking, I could have done it better. If I had just done this. I'm never satisfied.
Wow.
I can never quit doing something. So I have to have somebody usually pull the plug for some reason or other because I just can't quit. And I'm not near as fast and good as I used to be. And I'm not saying I was very good back then, but it takes me longer to figure something out these days than it did 40 years ago. I promise. Maybe there's a little wine involved that slow me down, but doctor's orders, drink red wine,
Wow.
I
want your doctor.
He died. I can tell anybody he told me anything. He's gone.
Right.
He wasn't drinking enough red wine.
Hey, is David Ladd still on the call? David, you're here, right? David, do you copy? Well, hopefully David will come back. Yeah, so David Ladd did a video of him playing Predator, and he's got a catchphrase that is almost like a soundbite that we now live in history. But every time something unfavorable happened to David, he was like, "Really? Really?" So I just wanted to get Dave to say that. I wanted David Ladd to get a live airing of his soundbite. I
promise this is very true. On both Predator and RoboCop.
Yeah.
Back in the day when I first wrote them, I could get through the game with maybe losing one or two guys because I wrote it. I knew all the secrets to it, but now I can't get past the first level. I could run the game in 45 minutes easy.
Cool. How are you doing on time, Greg and Curtis? How are you doing on your questions? Are you good?
I've pretty well everything I wanted to ask. So.
All right. Well, hopefully you're welcome to hang out as long as you like, Greg, and feel free to, as more things pop into your head, feel free to throw them out. And if anybody comes up with a question you can think of, before we go to our next commercial break in our next segment, does anybody have any questions, comments, or anything else you guys want to share with Greg before we move on to our second major event today?
Greg, do you have time? Do you have time to see the new software that's going to debut here in a little bit?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My biggest concern was my voice was going to go hoarse, but so far today, for some reason, it must have been a miracle. I woke up this morning. I didn't feel anything like I did yesterday. Yesterday, I couldn't talk. My throat was sore and so forth. I think it's just allergies. But anyway, I'm going to stay as long as I can. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
My wife called me on the phone about 30 minutes ago. I didn't answer, so.
Uh-oh.
I may be in one of those minutes.
You may be living dangerously already.
I think Jason.
I may mute the mic here and call her back, and if you see the phone get yanked from my head,
yeah.
You can imagine what the audio is.
Jason, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, I got one thing. I missed part of it. I'll have to catch the rest of it on the replay. But Greg, working for free, that really fits in with our show here.
You're getting paid the same scale that the rest of us are. Yeah. So.
We've got a huge budget here.
Yeah. Spare
Actually,
no
I just had
expense.
That's not the first time I've had that.
Yeah.
I just had one question, one specific game I wanted to ask about too that I just thought of because it's one of the ones I actually did some patches to way back, which was Biosphere. Now, was that one that you had originally came up with, or was that another Mark? Here's a
another Tandy.
Because that was like almost an early version of like a sim game, where you could you basically simulate this planet surface and you throw plants and animals at it and screw up the ecosystem. But they also had that that special thing about cloning two plants or two animals together, and it did that nice animated graphic of merging the two shapes. Was that something that you had come up with, or was that something that Mark had specified that too? Or
no, that would be something that we came up with. If he came up with something that I didn't think we could do, or I thought was kind of lame, I would actually suggest to him. So I wouldn't tell him your idea is lame, but I would say it's something we ought to try this and see if you like it. We would use Procom, and we'd modem stuff back and forth, but I'd modem little test sequences that they could burn on EEPROMs in their shop, and then they'd run them and so forth, see if they liked them. Or later on, we could send the source code on OS 9, and he could recompile it and run it. But
wow.
The thing I had fun about that game was I wrote a program that would make up the names of all the characters, and it would start with just randomly generating, like, let's say 8-letter names, and then I would apply phonetic rules to it, so that it would search through the game, the list, and throw out names that weren't phonetically, correct. Like 3 Q's in a row would be nothing. And it generated, I can't remember how many creatures were in the game, but it generated the entire list in about 4 or 5 hours without me having, after I got my basic rules set down. And I sent it to Marks, and he threw out a couple more and made up 2 more, but other than that, all the characters were generated by a random number generator and a little phonetic rules.
Wow.
Cool.
Because he kept saying, how are you going to generate all these names? And I said, I'm not. I'm going to have this.
Good answer.
Computers for.
Yeah.
We have a portion of our show that's called "Why Did Tandy Do That?" You should run it.
Yeah, right. Here's a little soundbite for you.
Tell me why did Tandy do that?
We got some heavy breathing on the microphone somewhere, so I need some of you guys to, if you're not talking, mute. And David Ladd, can you hear me? Is David here, or did David step away? All right. Hey, if somebody also has co-host privileges, can you guys make me a co-host? Because I accidentally unhosted myself because I've been trying to mute people and I can't control the Zoom call right now. So
I've been trying to make you the host, but I can't. I think
okay, so I accidentally hosted David, and now I need David to host me back.
Yeah, I can mute people though. So
okay, yeah. If you see a microphone moving and if the person's not currently talking, just mute them because we're getting some breathing sounds and stuff. All right, so how about we do this? We're going to take a commercial break. We're going to come back. Our next segment after this, at this point now, is our Gun Star world premiere. I know Nick Marentes has been just on pins and needles wanting to share his latest creation with the world. And we're going to do that after this message. But before we take our break, did anybody else have anything they wanted to say to Greg or give him a pat on the back or curse him for making his game too hard or anything like that before we move on to the next segment? Panel?
Thanks for making a lot of very original games. Mortar and Biosphere and Varlock and Amazing World of Malcolm Mortar, which we all played recently. Like there's been a lot of truly original stuff. That was really cool.
Honored to be electronically with you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. We don't have to worry about not shaking hands or washing our hands or anything.
A lot of fun. I know I've heard people talk about Mark Siegel, and Srini Vasan was always in Van Chandler, but I always got along with them. They were wonderful guys to me. I enjoyed going to Tandy Center in Fort Worth and spending the day with them. They were wonderful guys. They had good ideas, and all I did was put them to ones and zeros.
Did you ride the train?
I'm sorry?
Did you ride the tram?
The Tandy subway?
I don't think so, because I always stayed in the Tandy Center. But what I remember is if you didn't get out of town by like 11 o'clock on Friday, a herd of longhorn steer blocked off the entire downtown area, and you couldn't get out.
Wow.
They'd run cattle every Friday or some kind of cattle thing. And I got down there one time. Oh, you're not gone yet? And I said, no, because we're going to be here about 8 o'clock. Because they said, okay. So I moved my flight to, I think it was 9 or 10. But I remember getting stuck with a cattle run stampede through the middle of town, right in front of the Tandy Center, and it was a mess to get out of there too. You know
Wow.
what cattle doing? Too much detail.
In the live chat, Robert Murphy, who's watching us live, also said, "Thank you, Greg, for making our favorite computer more fun." So yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
You're certainly welcome. I did have a lot of fun doing it. It was a very enjoyable experience.
All right. Well, we are going to take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with the world premiere of the latest game now you're American, so you say color, right, Greg? You don't say color like some of these foreigners, right?
That's correct. Color,
all right.
Color
So
is something, yeah.
Yeah. So some of those guys in
Oklahoma phrases. But...
Yeah, some of those guys in Canada like to put the letter. And I have a new soundbite here. Let's play this soundbite real quick.
Color. It sounds like you're saying the word color, but with the U in it. Well, I am.
There we go. All right. So thank you for making games. And so the greatest game since Nick Marentes is from Australia, it is for the Color Computer 3 Gun Star. We're going to hear about that after these breaks. Thank you, Greg, for being here, and we look forward to seeing you guys all here in just a minute.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live CoCoTALK show.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTALK.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Marco Roser, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at CoCoMan.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right! This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronics store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Daggerith like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
All right, everybody, get ready for Game On. We have a world premiere coming up for you, the world premiere of Gun Star, the latest game for your Color Computer 3. So how about we get our game on, everybody?
Game on! Yeah, game on!
All right, so Nick Marentes, our second most important person on the show today. From down under.
Nice shirt.
Yeah, you like my shirt.
That's awesome.
Today is the official release of Gun Star. I've uploaded the announcement on Facebook, and I've already had a few orders come through. So before we get into it, for anyone who's watching, I'll just let them know that if you've ordered a CD, right after the show, I will email you the DSK straight away, so you can get the game and play it immediately, and wait for the CD, which should take, I don't know, 3 to 4 days if you're ordering it from the US. So, but I've been on the show today, otherwise I would have done it now. But after the show, I'll send them out. So yeah, we're talking about this thing, Gun Star. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it. Great package.
The CD package, and the back, of course, and it's on a CD like I did with my last game, Popstar Pilot.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you can see the CD there at
Yeah.
all. It's a bit,
Oh, yeah.
it's fairly dark in color with the instructions on the left. So that's now available, and you can order that from off my website. So we'll cover that after the little presentation I've got. So because I'm not a professional speaker, what I've done is I've prepared a speech beforehand. So I've got a little 10-minute video that talks about Gun Star. So I will try to share my screen and play the video.
Make sure you're sharing sound too when you do that.
And your T-shirts, are those available for order now too?
That'll all be described on the website. So yeah, if you have a look at my...
Yeah. Hey, Nick, I'm being told your volume's not quite as loud. I did bring up your level, but can you bring your microphone? There you go.
It's
there we
practically down my throat.
Okay, much better.
I think it is.
Much
Can you
better.
hear it?
That's much better.
Much better.
That's good.
Most people tell me to shut up, so I turn it down. All right, so let's see. We've got to share sound. Computer shared sound is on and sharing. So can you see that?
Yes, we see
I
it.
can.
Okay, so this will be a 10-minute video, and it explains Gun Star and its origins, and it's better than me actually trying to do a live talking, which I'm not very good at.
All right, somebody wake me up when this is over, okay?
No worries. Okay, here we go. Gun Star, the battle for Earth. The sound coming through?
Yeah, a little loud. I'm going to lower you. Okay. Well, now I don't hear it at all. Oh, because you probably because you paused it, right?
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Gun Star is an action arcade type game of vertical shoot 'em up variety. It is programmed in a 7-day region with a handy color computer 3. It requires a minimum of 512K RAM and a 6309 CPU. Third iteration of creating my own vertical shoot 'em up. The first was a game I created back in 1984 titled Escape Zone on my first computer, a TRS-80 Model 1. Radio Shack's first computer with low resolution 128 by 48 monochrome graphics. Escape Zone was developed in Z80. Sorry?
Said they're not getting sound on the stream. We're hearing it here in Zoom, but nobody on the stream.
Okay. I don't know if I can control that.
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah,
Zumwalt hears it.
Well, we hear it in Zoom. They're saying they can't hear it in the live stream. I think what I was doing is I was trying to adjust the slider volume in OBS as we were streaming, and I might have lowered it down so low that even though we could hear it in Zoom, it wasn't coming through the stream. Now Jim Gary says it's okay. So how about you rewind the video maybe 30 seconds and start over? Sorry about that, Nick.
Okay. We're going back to the origins.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. Thanks, Nick. Sorry.
Early 80s. Gun Star is my third iteration of creating my own vertical shoot 'em up. The first was a game I created back in 1984 titled Escape Zone on my first computer, a TRS-80 Model 1. Radio Shack's first computer with low resolution 128 by 48 monochrome graphics.
Escape Zone was developed in Z80 assembly language on a cassette-only system with 32K of RAM and was the last TRS-80 Model 1 game I created before moving to the TRS-80 Color Computer 2 and then the much improved Color Computer 3 in 1986. After creating 5 other commercial-grade games for the Color Computer, I decided to revisit my love of vertical shoot-'em-ups, and in 1992 I created Cosmic Ambush for the Tandy Color Computer 3. By this time, I was a big fan of the Color Computer 3, which I continue to program to this day. As well as the Color Computer 3, I am also a big fan of the Commodore Amiga, having purchased an Amiga 1000 back in 1988 and using it as a graphics development system for the games I created on the Color Computer. I was inspired by many of the games on the Amiga, especially the vertical shoot-'em-ups such as Hybris, Swiv, and Battle Squadron. These games featured highly detailed scrolling backgrounds, hardware sprites, and awesome backing soundtracks, things that the CoCo struggled to match against the Amiga's custom hardware and fast 16-bit processor. But after so many years of learning better software techniques and an improved processor upgrade in the form of the Hitachi 6309, I decided to revisit the vertical shoot-'em-up and looked at the graphics engine I had developed back in 1984 for my TRS-80 Model 1 game Escape Zone, and I felt a modern update to that engine may work on the Color Computer 3. With Gunstar, I chose to avoid using any of the Color Computer 3's hardware scrolling abilities. The problem with using the hardware is that the program must be written to the hardware's capabilities and limitations. Although the benefits of using the built-in hardware features are speed, I had specific features I wanted to achieve, and playing by the hardware's rules was going to restrict and add complication. With the software approach, I could tailor the engine to work specifically the way I wanted. Gunstar uses a system which functions as if there are 3 separate bitmap planes, which are overlaid over each other, similar to cell animation in the film industry. The first plane is where the background graphics are drawn and scrolled smoothly. The second plane is the sprite plane, where the aliens, their missiles, special objects, your Gunstar craft, as well as all the explosions are drawn. The third plane is the overlay plane, where your score is displayed along with the charge status displays, level and progress indicators. These 3 planes are merged and displayed as one, with each plane independent from the other planes. This graphics engine requires moving several large areas of memory, but the code is actually very simple, benefited by the speed, code size and flexibility of the 6309's TFM block copy command. This block copy command has the advantage of working seamlessly with the interrupt-driven 2-channel sound routine without using any of the normal 6809 registers. The background graphic tiles were created using a 2D paint program on my Amiga called Brilliance, while the tile map was edited using a custom program I wrote on the CoCo 3 in BASIC. This lets me edit all 4 levels of the game, as well as schedule the aliens, their flight patterns, and the special objects that appear in the game. In Gunstar, you play as the pilot of the Gunstar, mankind's last hope of survival from the onslaught of alien invasion. You begin your mission on Earth, where you must escape to begin your journey to the aliens' home world. When you start, You are armed with a basic 3-shot missile system, which you can upgrade to a more capable systems as you progress. You can also acquire energy to activate your smart bomb weapon system, which can destroy every alien with a single explosive burst. Maintaining your shields and smart bomb charges as well as arming your missile system is a pivotal requirement for survival. Once you escape Earth, you navigate your way through an asteroid belt to activate the Stargate that will teleport you across the galaxy to the alien's home world. Activating the Stargate requires you to gather a code comprised of 16 alien symbols or glyphs. Once you have compiled the required code, you must do battle with a boss called the Gatekeeper, who acts as the guardian of the gate. Once you destroy him, the gate is activated and you are teleported to the alien's home world. The alien's homeworld is a very barren and industrialized environment, and the battle continues here, intensifying as more aliens join the fight. In the last level, you fly over more of the industrialized landscape and a production facility with operating machinery as you continue to approach your mission target. The battle continues until you are finally confronted by the Supreme Alien Overlord, flanked by defending aliens determined to destroy you. The outcome of this final battle will determine the fate of humanity.
No pressure, but the fate of humanity is in our hands. Shut up and take my money. That's funny.
Gun Star is now available for purchase via PayPal as a $10 US direct download, where I will email you a DSK disk image and game instructions in PDF format. This DSK can be transferred to the SD card of the CoCo SDC or transferred to a real 5 1/4 inch floppy disk if you have the equipment available. Alternately, you can purchase a professional physical CD package for $20 US, which includes color artwork in a plastic DVD case. On the CD will be the DSK image and game instructions as PDF, plus, as a bonus, you will also get a special CoCo 3 Director's Cut version of my CoCo game from 1986, Donut Dilemma. A CD physical package is produced on demand in the US by Kunaki and is usually manufactured and posted worldwide within 2 days of receiving payment. Gunstar runs best on real hardware with the joystick you are most comfortable, although it does also run in the CoCo 3 emulators MAME or VCC. For more information, go to the website shown here.
Woohoo!
Okay, so wake up, everyone.
Crikey!
Crikey!
Oh, crikey! So that's Gunstar. As I said, it's available from today, and as you saw in the video, it's available in two formats: a $10 downloadable copy, or I'll email it to you for people who are not that big on games; they just want the game or support my work. So $10. Or you can get the CD for the collectors.
Absolutely.
The CD has the DSK file on there, as well as that upgraded version of Donut Dilemma. And when I was making the CD, I thought, geez, there's a lot of empty space on that CD, because there's so much space on the CDs. I decided I'll throw in, like I did with my Popstar Pilot, so I threw in another 6 games of my previous games on the CD as well. So if you didn't get the Popstar Pilot, you get all the games if you buy the Gunstar as well. So that's available now. For people who have ordered the CD this morning while I was on the show, I'll be going through that those people the emails, and I'll be emailing you just the DSK directly while you wait for the CD to come in. So right after the show, I'll do that. And that's about it for the video and basics. Any questions?
Well, we see it playing in the background. And I didn't want to interrupt the video while I was playing, but there was some frame delay on the video. We were seeing about maybe 4 frames per second in the stream. But so don't judge the speed of the game by what you saw in the video. But if you look on Nick's monitor over there, you can see that the speed is very smooth and everything else.
Now, that video is available off the web page as well. So, I'll just share my desktop, I guess, if I can just find that.
And I have a prediction. I predict that many of us will be playing this game and live streaming it tonight. We're going to probably have a Gun Star gaming marathon. So, crikey.
Okay. Is my website come up?
Yes, we see it. Yeah, we see. You're on Facebook right now.
Your Facebook site.
But I'm on Facebook. That's not the right page. How about we go to that one?
Okay, Gun Star. Yes.
So that's the Gun Star. That's the website. And the link for this. Well, if you use Facebook, there's a little image there. You can just jump straight to the website, or use the link I posted up just before. And Gun Star tells you everything that the video went through. Some of the technical features of the game is that it uses 128 by 112 graphics in 16 colors, 2-channel digital sound effects. It's got my 3-plane graphics engine, which the video explained. All graphics are double buffered, so there's no flickering. The high scores are saved to disk. And this game, and I'll just emphasize this for anyone who wants to get the game, make sure you have a 6309. If you don't have a 6309, it won't work. 6309 was chosen because, well, you need the extra speed for my 3-plane graphics engine to work. And
it should be mentioned that the 609 is emulated both in VCC and in MAME, so you can play it in the emulator too.
That's right. So you can, as long as you have a 6309 turned on the emulators, it will run in that. And if you have a USB joystick hooked up to your PC or Mac, you can play it that way. Although my recommendation is to play on the real hardware, of course. And on the CD is also the updated version of my game, Donut Dilemma. And the main difference with this one over the original one is the original one was just basically a CoCo 1 and 2 game that I just merely changed the colors to support the CoCo 3 colors and turn on the higher clock speed of the CoCo 3. I didn't do any other changes to it. Whereas this one fixed a few things that always bugged me about Donut Dilemma. And the biggest thing was, 2 big things I've always hated about the original is one, the white border. I've always hated the white border on CoCo 1 and 2 games. And I got thinking, well, on the CoCo 3, can we turn that white border off? Well, the CoCo 3 unfortunately emulates the 6847 very well, and you can't. But in a gimme mode, in a CoCo 3 gimme mode, you can. So I thought, can I fool my program to think it was still running in a CoCo 1 and 2 mode, but actually run a gimme mode and then change the border color? And I tried it, and yep, you sure can. So it really looks more professional when the border is black. So that's done. And the other big thing I've improved is, of course, the original game was keyboard only, which back then when I was a young 20-year-old was fine for my hands, but nowadays my hands are a little bit not so the dexterity is up the shit basically. So I thought, well, I've always wanted to put joystick control into it, and back then I didn't know how to read the joystick in machine code, so all my early games were keyboard. So I've modified it so it plays in keyboard, in joystick mode, and I've tweaked the whole game so it's a little bit smoother running and a bit easier, it's a much improved version of my great game Donut Dilemma. So you get Gunstar, you get Donut Dilemma, and you get all my old games on the CD as well. So and those games don't need a 6309. So only the Gunstar is a 6309 specific one. All the other games will work on a normal 6809 CoCo.
And a few of those only require 128K too.
Yeah, I think Donut Dilemma only needs 128K. My Neutroid 2015, I think also, and possibly Space Intruders. I can't remember.
Space
now.
Intruders and Rupert Rhythm both only require
possibly.
128.
Yeah.
Cosmic Ambush, I can't remember if it does or not.
No,
Pac-Man and Gatecrasher
no.
definitely need 512.
No. So there's that. Now, if the video was really bad to watch before, you can, on the website is the actual video, the promo video, so you can re-watch it again and see it properly. So it's there, and from the website it explains how to buy the program. The two methods: the $10 digital download. So the way that'll work is that you basically send $10 via PayPal to me. I pick it up and then email you the DSK files and a PDF of the manual. So that way you get the the game, within the next few hours, or the physical CD media, which goes through a company called Kunaki, who manufacture and post from the US. So postage will be only about, I don't know, depending on where you are in the US.
Usually about $4.
Three to four days delivery. But I will also, for all those who do buy the CD, I still get information that you had purchased it. I will send the DSK and a PDF manual as well. So you get the game pretty well straight away, and then you just have to wait for the CD to get the glorious color packaging.
And maybe promote your T-shirt there too.
And yes, that's right. Going down, these two macho men. Well, they're clones. These clones have got T-shirts. So this is just some of the artwork I've been pumping out on Facebook pages. I thought that'd be cool to have walk around and have those pictures on your chest. So I got two T-shirts organized. Now I've gone ahead and I've actually bought a T-shirt myself just to make sure this entire T-shirt ordering system works. And as you saw before, I've received my T-shirt, so it definitely works. So you can walk around and really look like a hero.
Or in the case of this guy here, in case of this guy here, a little bit of a. This guy.
I actually like the 3/4 sleeve. If you go to the website, there's a 3/4 sleeve baseball tee that's really cool.
I think they can, you choose the T-shirts. I mean, I only chose these standard black ones, but I think this website lets you go in and choose from some of the other setups as well. I mean, I assume they cost more, but whatever people want.
Cool.
So
cool.
This is just the basic T-shirt.
Lots of swag available.
That's right. And as I say, you look like a hero in a Gunstar T-shirt. Now, the whole idea of a hero in the game, you get to choose between two modes: hero mode or wimp mode. In hero mode is the correct mode to play the game. It's the hardest. Wimp mode knocks back some of the difficulty in the game. It makes it so that it doesn't take as long to get the codes in level 2, where you've got to accumulate your codes. There's 16 character codes to collect. Well, in wimp mode you only have to collect 8, so that makes it a bit easier, and the aliens do fire a bit less viciously, so it's easy. I find it's easy to get through to the end of the game with that. But in wimp mode you won't be able to put your name in the high score. You've got to play hero mode to be able to record your name on the high score. So hence why you've got to look like a hero in a Gunstar T-shirt. That's where the heroes come from. That's about it, I guess. I mean, anyone got any questions?
I have a few, but I'll let everybody else go first because I've been taking a lot of question time today.
Oh, they're probably asleep, so you might as well go ahead.
I got a question for you, Nick.
Yeah, far away.
If I get mine in the mail, can I turn around and ship it to you and have you sign it for me?
Might be a bit. Well, yes, you can, but I'm just wondering, is it worth the postage? I mean,
of course it is.
If you want to do that, yeah, that's fine. Unlike Popstar Pilot, the previous game, where I could do that, or actually, I think I did sign every game. That's because I manufactured the CDs, I got the printing done, and I posted from Australia to the US. And I didn't go that way because that was a lot of work.
More cost too, from I remember.
And cost. It was just $10 alone just to post it. So half the money's gone just in postage, let alone the cost in producing the color printing and the CDs and all that stuff. So this time around, I thought, well, it's got to be a bit easier for me this year, and I decided to go with that Kunaki company that Steve Strobridge suggested to me, and I find him to be very good. I've actually tested them with purchasing a few CDs from them, and they are very good quality prints.
Yep.
Manufacturing, and they do post out quite quickly. So that's what I've done with this one. For people who want a collectible or something physical that they can hold in their hands or hang up on top of their CM8 monitor or whatever. But
so
yeah,
I know you. Oh, go ahead.
Go on. Yeah.
I was going to say, I know that a couple people kind of got special access to ordering it ahead of time, and obviously we've been getting some orders during the show today since it's dropped. How are sales going so far?
I haven't even looked in the last 20 minutes. There were a few sold beforehand because I wanted to get a few out there early so I can test the entire ordering system. Because I mean, once selling the physical posting of the items is out of my hands, I'm trusting this other company to do that. So I thought I'll get a few guinea pigs. I did let them know first to buy. They told me they were going to buy it. Said, well, why don't you buy it now? I'll give you a secret link to be able to go there straight away, and you tell me if it comes through. If it doesn't, well, I'll fix that up afterwards. So it does work, and that's why there was a few early ones. But yeah, there's been a few sales made already, and if I attempt to,
are we thinking another $24,000 checks in your near future here?
At least another Ferrari. So,
yeah, because there was some concern there originally that because this requires a 639, which requires a hardware upgrade and putting it in a socket for the CPU, etc., which is not trivial, that you were a bit worried, when we talked about doing 639 games in years past, that you might not be able to sell enough. But I think there's been enough interest in all the boomerangs and tried pluses and stuff were kept coming with 609s when you order 2 megs, and we know there's been hundreds of those sold now in the last year and a half. So I'm hoping your sales will be just as good as Popstar.
Well, I don't anticipate them to be as good as Popstar, solely because of that restriction that you must have a 6309. So let's say I make half the sales. So I don't think it'll be as big a seller as Popstar, but someone had to go ahead and create a 6309 specific game. So I thought, and I was curious about the 6309, and I wanted to get into it and see what all this stuff that Curtis was telling me about. So is he just pulling my leg? And I thought,
only for 25 years. That's all.
Well, you're not very persuasive. So I thought I'll just go out and do one because for my own interest, I was curious to see how it performs. And I'm very, very happy with it. It's a great CPU. What can I say? So if owned, why did Tandy not put one in? It's such a good CPU. You do get up to 30% speed increase over a 6809. If you can get a 10% speed increase merely by just switching to what they call 6309 native mode. So even if your code's written for a 6809, switching the CPU to be in a 6309 native mode gets you straight off a 10% increase on the normal 6809 execution. But if you then utilize a lot of the extra commands that the 6309 also provides you, you can get an even bigger speed, an extra and bigger speed increase with that. Now, this being my first 6309 program, I'm still not, au fait with all the 6309 instructions. But as I was programming Gunstar, I was learning about all these extra commands. And certainly one of my favorite is the TFM command, which is a block copy command, all in one instruction. Nice, quick, easy to do. Takes up one instruction instead of multiple lines. And it's great. And it's fast.
And it's interruptible, which is a key.
And it's interruptible, which was a big thing I needed because I have the interrupt-driven sound routine, which Gunstar has some of the best sound I've ever heard on a CoCo game. So I really wanted the copy routine to work seamlessly with the sound routine, which it does. It's brilliant.
So when the interrupt comes through for the sound, if it's in the middle of that block transfer, it stops and
it does. It pauses it, does the interrupt, and then comes back and continues exactly where it left off. No registers are ruined or anything. I mean, some people have said, "Wow, why don't you use stack blasting? That's really fast." I say, well, yes, it is. If you write a good stack blast routine, you can get to pretty close to speed of a TFM, but throw in an interrupt sound routine and that's it. You've lost that speed because the interrupt routine will force you to save registers, to exit out of your stack blast routine, run the interrupt routine, then come back, restore the registers and continue. So all that mucking around that you have to do in order to keep things going, the TFM does that by itself almost seamlessly internally to the 6309. It's great.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's very cool. Well, I know this has been a long time coming, and one of the things we like about your projects, Nick, is that you blog the whole time, or not, not every day, but you keep us updated pretty regularly. So it's kind of easy to be a fly on the wall in the development process, and that's kind of the cool things about modern CoCo development is that people are blogging and vlogging with the YouTubes and stuff, so we can kind of see what's going on, and it's neat. And the way you do it, just like everything you do, it's done very professionally. The presentation, the packaging, the production, your blogs are very easy to read and follow, very visual, very well done, not too much detail. So I've been following your blogs since Popstar, and now, which is going back to 2016? I don't even remember. So, so we've been following that, and then the blogs for Gunstar. You've managed to keep the public interested in your product the entire time you were working on your product, and now hopefully we'll reap the benefits of that as the sales just come. Rain. It's going to make it rain there in Australia, so it's going to be. It might be able to put out all those brush fires now, right, for all the money that's raining in on Nick Marentes now. So that's awesome.
With another Ferrari in my top drawers and a bottle of Corona.
Yeah, but I mean your quality, your attention to detail, how much time you put into the audio and visuals and the imagery. Just congratulations, man. I'm a big fan of what you do and how you do it.
It sounds like you've been accepted as a CoCoTALK certified software piece.
I have.
Yeah.
So,
it's definitely been a long time coming. I've been following the development too, and I'm glad it's finally out. Congratulations! And I already bought my copy, and I bought a shirt too.
I noticed. So I'll be emailing you the actual disc after the show.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna order one, and I'm gonna want to stream it tonight. So I don't care if you guys are gonna join me or not, but I'm gonna be gun starring it tonight. So
I'll be there with my digital my emulator.
Yeah.
And Nick, I wanted to mention About your interrupt-driven sound routines there, I've never really heard them because usually I'm swearing too much trying to play the damn game, so I don't hear my own foul language. So.
Yeah, well.
I'll be definitely purchasing a copy of this straight after the show myself.
Wow.
I'm using my phone at the moment, so I don't have the laptop running. Otherwise, I'd purchase it right now. But
Good job.
I'm definitely keen to grab a copy of it and run that on my 6309 CoCo 3. So,
That's right. I've got to keep emphasizing that it's a 6309 game. Otherwise, you'll get some people will just buy it, say, "Oh, I want that game," and so
Right.
did you check have you
Right.
got a 6309? Because it all you'll get is a wonderful blank screen.
Right.
Yeah. My physical CoCo 3 hasn't been upgraded yet, but I do have the upgrade kit. I was actually gonna take it to CoCo Fest to have it upgraded there, but it looks like I'm gonna have to tackle it myself eventually.
Highly recommended.
Yeah.
Highly recommended. Not
Runs
just for
cooler
Gun Star.
too, so it helps.
Yeah,
make
it
your
runs
CoCo last
cooler as
longer.
well. So there are some hardware advantages to getting it, but it's also not only Gun Star, but if you're into Nitrous 9 ideally will run fastest with the 6309, of course. But hopefully we'll see more people actually using a 6309, or at least writing code which will work on both. If you have a 6809, it'll obviously work on a 6809, but if you have a 6309, it might use some of the extra features of the 6309 just to get a bit more speed. Originally, I was going to do that with Gun Star, but the more I learnt about 6309, the more I was using more of the commands in there and seeing the advantages of it, and I thought this is getting too hard. I'm trying to maintain two bits of code here, 6809 version and a 6309 once, and it was just getting a bit too complicated, too hard. So I thought, nah, bugger it, I'll go straight to 6309.
And the rest is history.
I'll take
And
the
I've also
sales
released those patches, 639 patches for both CoCo 1, 2, and CoCo 3 games using the 639, which have sometimes seen like literally 2 times or 4 times speed ups depending on the game. So those
Well,
are
that's the
available
thing.
too.
The 6309 is not really just a CoCo 3 specific thing. You can, if you have a CoCo 1 and 2, you can plug, and it'll be easier in most cases to put a 6309 in on that. I mean, the 6309 costs a couple of dollars. It's the cheapest way of getting a accelerator on a CoCo. Now that doesn't mean on a CoCo 1 and 2 you'll be able to run then Gun Star. It does still have to be a CoCo 3.
Yeah, but you will be able to run like the optimized Russian Assault and Gauntlet and a few other games too. So
that's right.
Nitrous 9 level 1 has a 609 version that runs literally twice as fast in some cases. And we'd like to encourage more people. Now that I've released a few patches for 609 and Nick's got his first official CoCo 3 609 release, we're hoping it'll spur 609 sales and also get everybody up to that level so we can all start experiencing games that quite literally would have been impossible to do properly before.
Yeah. Well, what though? A while ago, we had heard that there were over 200 sales of the 2 meg upgrade board. That
Which
was
includes the 639.
Right. Well, but even if it didn't, the fact that you have the 2 meg board, assuming you would put the DAT in, means you have to have a socketed system. So theoretically, there are at least 200 people out there who can handle a 6309 if they don't already have one. So it'll be interesting to see if we get anywhere near those same ballparks. If there's 200 known 6309 units out in the wild, if your sales are somewhere in the 200 range, that would be pretty interesting, right? So.
The 6309.
The 2 meg boomer. I was going to say the 2 meg boomerang upgrade kit too, which includes the 6309 processor, is not very expensive. It's like, what is it, $50 or something?
Yeah, that's what I bought. Yeah.
Plus the know-how on how to unsolder the old CPU. That's the hard part for those who know how to do it. It's easy. For the rest of us, it's a scary, daunting task that we're going to outsource to a professional, right? So
yeah, and I would highly recommend doing that because they're very easy to damage those boards.
Hey Nick. I appreciated buying 2 shirts, and because of adding a couple X's on the size. I didn't have to pay more, so thank you.
Oh, you have a big and tall section on your merchandise shop?
When I logged on, it said wide and squatty. So
you got large, extra large, pleasantly plump.
So Gunstar's been in development now for how long now? It's been 2 years now.
Ask the guy who wrote it. Is he here? Is the author here by any chance?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That bozo's probably out driving in his Ferrari.
Yeah.
But, we're trying to fit into his little Matchbox Ferrari.
Crikey. Look at the size of that Ferrari.
Nick, your first blog post says May of 2017, so it's been 2.5 years.
Yeah. Now, of course, that's not working on Gunstar constantly. I mean, the way it's very easy to get demotivated when you're programming something as intense as, say, Gunstar. So one trick I do to keep motivated is to work on it for a period, get to a stage, stop, pause, do something else. I start up another project, do that, get Gunstar out of your system for a while, and then you can return to it with a fresh head. So it's that's what I've always done. I've always tended to jump around multiple projects.
Well, you did Waterfall, didn't you?
Waterfall was one of them.
Waterfall was one of the things, and I think I did some other stuff there with the color palettes for PMO.
Yeah, the games.
And all that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I always try to find another project just when I'm starting to get a bit of a burnout. So it puts the fire out, so I can continue and I can return to it feeling
right. And in that time too, you also you were doing some retooling of Rupert Rhythm. Right.
Well, Rupert Rhythm and Donut Dilemma.
And Donut Dilemma too,
I
yeah.
talked
So,
about is another side project. So Gunstar would have been the main project, and then it was interspersed with a whole lot of other ones there.
Yeah, smaller ones. You're not doing like Gunstar level projects, two or three at once.
No, that's right.
No.
What's next?
Yeah. Well, funny you say that. I've got 3 other projects in the wind at the moment.
Wow.
So I won't say anything just yet. They're not 6309 projects is all I'll say. I'm sort of jumping back to 6009 for the next ones. But I do plan to return at some point to a 6309 again.
Is the word star going to be in the title by any chance?
Let's see.
We've had Pop Star, Gun Star.
Yeah, I know. I've been. I need to work that in again, don't I? It's not at the moment.
Will there be OS 9 on the label?
No. Hang on. Let me think about that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, right.
Nick, did you mention in your video that it had stereo sound, or was it multiple channels?
Okay.
Multiple
that is
channels.
Part of my other project. Yeah, it's not stereo sound at the moment because the CoCo doesn't have stereo sound.
That was going to be my question. Yeah.
But watch this space.
Watch this space. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
there we go.
Probably in the fairly near future too.
Yeah.
All right.
So like I said, I keep working on other projects. So that is another one that will work back itself into Gunstar.
All right.
So it's basically it's polyphonic sound on this one.
Polyphonic, yes. Two channel.
It's a mono. Yeah.
Two channels of digitized sound combined. At the same time.
Yeah. So it's one real channel and then it's synthesized.
I remember early on too. You were trying to develop a music synthesizer and tracker and stuff to have like title music. Does it have the title music, or did you?
No.
Did that get scrapped?
Originally, that was my vision, to have a great sound routine or music routine. Now, on the CoCo, of course, you don't have the speed to be able to play multi-channel sound on a CoCo as well as run the game. You take a big CPU hit for doing that. So originally, I was trying to create a music routine to at least have as the title screen music. But it wasn't what I wanted. I had ideas of what I wanted to achieve.
Right.
That and the fact that I'm not a very good music composer, or as in zero, I wasn't happy with the results.
Have you studied
So
music theory? Because I've heard that music theory is very helpful in this.
Well, I spent 3-4 months of the Gunstar development just doing this music routine.
Wow,
and
yeah.
it was playing a reasonably good tune, but even when the tune, the code was running, I couldn't compose anything really good anyway, and I didn't want to just copy someone else's tune. I wanted to do an original tune.
Okay, right.
If possible. And I wasn't happy with it, and in the end I said, screw it, I'll just take it out. Just got rid of the music, and I thought I'll leave that for a later date.
Okay.
So yeah, now
because I will mention you can do digitized music, not just sound effects, but music in the background on a CoCo 3 with the time, especially the 639. Like we have games like Photon and Contras that have actually done that. Contras actually use digitized samples for its instruments too. But it has to be within the parameters of the game. Now you're doing 3-plane graphics, so that's a lot of CPU overhead. Whereas Contra's using a hardware scroll, and Photons doesn't have that many animated shapes of screens not moving around. So it depends on the game design itself if it fits for doing that type of thing. But a 6-round definitely makes it easier if you want to try that.
Yeah, there's that, and there's also I have high expectations of the music, so I wasn't happy with what I was achieving. And I thought I'll just can it. And if I can't do it right, I just won't do it at all.
Well, maybe we can, if you're interested, I'd be keen on maybe collaborating on a project in the future if you're keen on that. I could come up with a music track for you.
Well, we will talk a bit more later on.
Okay, well, that'll be an offline conversation. All right, very cool, very cool.
Yeah. Threw the idea out there. That's all.
Yeah.
Nick, have you thought about the next version of this game where the
I generally never think, but anyway. Yep. Sorry.
Well, where the aliens come to Earth.
Well, they are on Earth at the beginning anyway.
They are on Earth, but they're on Earth as invaders. But I have actually got, and this isn't a project I've started. Well, no, it is a semi-started project which I may return to, whereby I write an adventure game.
Ooh.
The adventure game continues after Gunstar.
Oh, so picking up the pieces.
The adventure, that's right. But that was just an idea that's partially done. I don't know if I'll go ahead with it yet.
Interesting.
But yeah,
interesting.
I did think of that.
That would be an interesting departure for you because you've been very arcade-centric with most of your titles this past 20 years.
It's been a long time since I've done an adventure game, and well, actually, I've done none on the CoCo. The last adventure games I did do were on the Tira Sailing Model 1. So I'm thinking, well, look, I've got a few ideas, and ideas make me dangerous.
Oh, I have a suggested. I have a suggested title for it. How about Adventure Star?
Danger Star.
Put the star in Gunstar. Episode 2.
All right.
Anyway, that was just another one of my many sideline projects. So you never know. If I start another project and I'm getting a bit burnt out, I might just jump over and do an adventure game, just bring myself back to earth.
Cool, very cool.
Nightmare Highway Star.
That's right.
With just a little basic included.
Yeah, 100% machine language and basic.
A bit of deep purple in there in the background.
Crikey.
All right. Well, how about we take a break and then we'll come back and we can continue to pat Nick on the back and inflate his ego. And
that's all right. I've been doing that to myself.
And then Curtis, you've got some gaming news, or what's the next order? Is it going to be gaming news, or are we going to do the GameON results and talk about the who won, or how our
we do either of those in whatever order you guys would like. But definitely the GameON section first, and I'll save the regular news to the end.
Okay, so based on my pre-show notes, we were going to do Gunstar World Premiere, GameON News, and then GameON Results. So I guess we will do GameON News right after these words from our sponsors. Thank you, Nick Marentes, for another quality product. And here we go. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back.
We'll return after these messages.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and CoCo nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Coco Land. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the Coco Fest. Having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age. Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with NitroOS 9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of Use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I remember the days of grade school, when on the playground we would talk about the latest computer and console games. Until one day, when a kid told the teacher he was having a blast with his new math tutor. After he got out of the hospital, he changed schools.
Greetings, YouTubers. Atari Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
All right, we're back with more Game On. All right, we are back.
Game on! Yeah, game on.
That's right, Game On. Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth. We're back, and Greg Zumwalt just had to leave during the commercial break there, but Greg was with us during the whole Gun Star thing too. So that was a nice treat to have him show up today. So I'm glad Greg Zumwalt could join us, and we're always thankful for Nick Marentes and all he does. And I'm going to stop sharing so L. Curtis Boyle can bring us the latest in gaming news from around the interweb.
I will mention too, Terry Steggy said he has to go too, but he said next time he'll try to show some Temple of Rom stuff that he wants.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry, Terry. Terry,
No, that's fine, guys.
You got time?
I gotta go. But
you got time, or
I
you?
like to do it when Rick's on anyway. So.
Okay. All right. Well, you be that way. All right. So, hold on. I've got a sound bite for you. Oh, you can't hear it. Hold on. Oh, there we go. There you go. All right. So.
Bless your heart.
Yeah.
Have a great one.
Bless your heart, you big crybaby. All right. So get on out of here. All right. So.
See you, Terry. I know Rick was in the chat earlier, but I don't know
yeah,
he was on the panel.
He was on the panel for a little bit too, and then he
fell asleep.
Yeah, fell asleep listening to Nick blab on forever. So yeah.
I don't think he even made it through the 10-minute video. So
Yeah, all right. All right, so
Okay.
you have the floor, Mr. Boyle.
shall do. Let me get things set up here. This time I'll remember to turn sound on.
Audio on.
Hey, you guys seen that?
We see it.
Yep, certainly do.
Oh yeah, this first one here is from Facebook. Joseph Chambers put up a screenshot of the windscreen from Super Pitfall, which I have never seen.
No, me neither. And did he say it was his kid who did it, or was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Congratulations, Harry and you have done what few could ever do. Now kick back and relax. You deserve it. Your final score is 17,000. Not bad at all. Yeah. I mean, not the most climatic of finishings. I don't know if there was a video or anything or cutscene that led up to that, or if it was just that. But still, to see that message, great stuff, huh?
Yeah, because
Congratulations.
I'm trying to remember in Super Pitfall, what all do you have to do? You have to rescue 3 or 4 people, and maybe you have to get those 4 card symbols, or I don't know exactly.
I
what the
don't even
criteria is,
remember.
but
I only played
I've
it
never
once or
done
twice.
so
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
I got to say, speaking of Super Pitfall, when that game first came out, again, I didn't understand hardware and how much horsepower it took to move the screen. I only knew as, kid or teenager, whatever, that Pitfall 2, which Steve Bjork also did, was full screen. We had full screen scrolling and everything else. And then I saw Pitfall 3, and it was in this kind of little window, and I was kind of not impressed. Only because when you're used to seeing a big full screen game, and now you see like this 3/4 screen game, I was like, I don't know. But I didn't realize that we're talking about a 6K screen versus a 32K screen. And when I finally played it, 40 years later, it's huge. It's a huge game. There's just so much world to explore and everything else. And of course now we know, number one, there's hardware limitations and ROM size limitations. So there were reasons why it had to be done the way it was. But it's one of those games.
He was trying to do music in the background too.
Yeah. But for whatever reason, I was a little underwhelmed when I first saw it, just because the screen was so small. Just not knowing all of the magnitude of what this game really was. So I'm glad that we can now kind of appreciate it, even if it took this long. So.
Yeah, it also played a little slow, and once again, we'll plug the 609 here. There is a patch that Sockmaster did to it to 609 enhance it, and it plays probably about 50% faster.
Wow.
And it's quite a difference.
But yeah, this might be, I don't know if this might be the first time that we have photographic evidence. I'm sure somebody's won the game before, but this is the first time we've seen, photographic evidence of the completion of the game.
Yeah. Like I said, I've never done it. I have gotten pretty far into it back in the day, not recently, but I never did win the whole thing. I didn't even know you could, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's neat. That's a good job. Good job, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm hoping if they're listening to this, if they've recorded a video, or if they think they can actually win it again, like if they know what to do and where to go to find things, is that maybe record a video and throw it up on YouTube, because I'd love to see what the whole game looks like on the CoCo.
Yeah. Neat. Very neat.
Okay, next up is, of course, Jim Gary, because he does things every week. This is a video showing his port of Rockhopper from the Amstrad CPC 464, and this was a game that was published in the Amstrad User Magazine, the June 1985 issue. It seems to have bits of like Boulder Dash and bouncing boulders type thing. You have to collect money, and you rocks that will fall once you dig under them, that type of thing. So this is a video he did showing him how to complete level 5. There is more than 5 levels. So I won't play the whole thing. I guess I almost could. It's only 1:38, but. And he's also ported this one to the MC10 as well.
Are there any lava lamps involved in this video?
Nope, Jim recorded this one himself. So. You guys getting the sound there?
Yeah, we're getting the sound.
Yep.
Is this a 2-channel digital stereo digitized sound?
44.1, 24-bit.
It's 1-channel warbly 60 hertz sound, I think is the technical description.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? So the X is what? X is you.
the player.
Oh, so this is like a Boulder Dash?
Kind of, yeah. You move the boulders, you're digging these tunnels, and you have to collect the money bags.
Okay, and the diamonds are the boulders, and they would fall on you if you're not careful.
Yeah.
I see. I'm actually starting to understand this. Okay, that made a boulder fall.
And you fall too. I should mention that.
Oh.
So this is like a vertical representation of you digging in the ground, kind of.
Yeah, top down. And when you get all the dollars, oh, look at that.
So you have to kind of figure out what order you have to do them in so you don't screw yourself over with the boulders.
And how do you get up? It doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah, once you collect all the money, you've done the level.
That's neat. That's neat.
Yeah, well, that was pretty cool
It's
game.
called Rock Hopper. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's both MC10 and CoCo versions of it. You can
Okay.
download from his site. So.
Thank you, Jim Gary.
And I think one of his other videos, because he's demonstrated this one before in the MC10, I think I've seen at least up to board 8. So there's at least 8 different screens with different mazes and stuff to go through. Next up, Jay Cyril, was taking part in the CoCo Fest, CoCo Cruise programming contest, which I'm not sure what's exactly happening with that now. I don't know if they're going to carry it over until the rescheduled CoCo Fest, or if they're just going to do it independently and still have the deadline in April, or what's going on.
But now it's going to be a long distance trip to have dinner with him.
Yeah. I don't know if that includes plane tickets or not.
Yeah, right. So.
But yeah, we'll have to wait for the CoCo to announce exactly what's happening in the contest. If it's just getting postponed and people have more time to write stuff for it, or tweak their programs even more, or if they're just going to just do it anyway, we'll have to find out. But he's got what he's thinking might be his last beta. It's a third beta here, so you can download it and install it. And then he's also got his last video blog, where he's kind of got it.
This looks really good. CoCo.
And this is 20 minutes. I won't play the whole thing here. But
hello, this is Jay. And come at you.
Jay's the guy who I met at the first 10-day assembly, and he goes, "You look taller in person than you do on the internet."
Palette swap from RGB to composite, so space.
Oh, screw that RGB composite stuff. Screw those composite losers.
If you're playing on one or the other, you can swap to put the grass.
I like that. I like the tiles.
Yeah, he's actually got instructions built in the game now too, so it's kind of handy if you just.
I like the font. That's a cool looking font.
Yeah, very thick and easy to see even on composite.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Where the blank space was for a long time.
And some built-in instructions on the screen now too, on that lower right.
Oh yeah.
It was basically just empty before.
Keys on the keyboard, what they do, or what they are in the short. Chris is pretty quick just by watching the.
There's highlighting a square.
I'm gonna guess saying he's doing this in Ubuntu.
Pretty tough.
I recognize the whole. That's what Ubuntu looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got different difficulties. He's on Ludicrous right now.
Ludicrous. That was my favorite rapper back in the day.
That was my favorite speed in Spaceballs.
I just like the word.
We've gone to plaid.
Menu.
It's a neat project.
Yeah, and it's an interesting game. It's like one of these Farmville style growing crops and stuff, which we don't really have never had on the CoCo before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a new genre for us, and it's done with fairly decent CoCo 3 graphics, 16 color mode.
Yeah, it looks good. I like the palettes that he's chosen. They serve the game well. They look good on screen together.
Yep. And he's designed it for composite, and because a lot of people that are picking up CoCo 3s nowadays, don't have RGB monitors kicking around, and they have to get adapters and stuff they don't know about yet for doing VGA or whatever.
Three words: switch a row.
It's one thing I like about the PAL CoCo 3s is you don't have to worry about the palette switching and everything. The composite output is the RGB palette.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got his full vlog there where he kind of goes through. He actually has a little bug he's trying to figure out that happened when he was playing it here, which I'll leave for the viewer to find out what that was. And the third beta is available for download on Facebook, so just go to the CoCo group and you can take a boo at it, download it yourself, and put it on a disk image or put it on a CoCo SDC and try it.
Neat.
Next up, and I never remember how to pronounce her name, Mayagami Noriko. I'm not sure if that's right. But she's looking for the CoCo version of the Dog Star Adventure by Adventure International, which is, world famous Scott Adams Adventures. And Scott Adams actually got interviewed at Tandy Assembly a couple of years back, if I remember correctly, too. So this one in particular was advertised in their catalog for multiple years as being available in the CoCo, but she's been trying to find the original CoCo version, and it's not even on the archive. So there was some speculation, well, maybe if it only appeared in one catalog, it only got advertised and never got completed, but apparently it was in multiple years in a row, so it should be out there. And I think she even said later on she contacted Scott Adams, and Scott said, yes, it was available for the CoCo. We were selling it, but he doesn't have a copy himself anymore. So she's trying to track it down. And it's it's one of the earlier...
I love that art. Love the artwork.
Yeah. And you can see here on the top that it says Tier City model 1 in 3 16K, Tier City color computer 16K taped to disc. And Lance Miklas, of course, had done some other CoCo things too, like Star Trek 3 and stuff for Adventure International as well. But it definitely did exist. I remember seeing it advertised for the CoCo back in the day too, and this would have been the earlier Scott Adams adventures.
Well, it says Lance Miklas. He was also at Tandy Assembly.
Yeah, he's the one who started the whole, two-word adventure thing. He did it originally in BASIC, and then Scott Adams started doing them in machine language.
Yeah, neat.
They doing the same basic idea though. Yeah, I met Lance out there.
Yeah, it even says there language basic, number of players 1.
Yeah, it was cool. I was
Average completion time 2 weeks. Wow.
Lance and Scott were in the room, and it was the first time ever that they had stood in the same room at the same time. It was really cool. I got some pictures of Scott and Scott's family and Lance all together.
That's cool.
Yeah, because Lance sold stuff through Adventure International, but they never met before in person.
Yeah.
So anyway, if anybody out there listening to this has this game for the CoCo, the original, Adventure International version, please get in contact with her on Facebook. And she's been really meticulous doing these Scott Adams adventures, and she wants the CoCo version specifically. She's been trying to do playthroughs using the CoCo versions, CoCo manuals, and the whole bit, and being authentic with the original real stuff, like not some port done afterwards type thing. So if anybody has any way to track this down or thinks they may have a copy of it, please put it up in the archive for one, because there is no copy up there right now. So. And next up, this was in the Dragon group, and it was it's listed as a demo, and it's kind of a 3D gatecrasher style engine for the CoCo 1 and 2. I don't know what the little thing in the middle is supposed to be, and the sound's a bit annoying, so you have to let me know if this is too loud. But basically, it has him shifting his position of view while moving forward in a 3D represented landscape in P Mode 3.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's impressive.
Cool.
You're kind of like steering through pylons, like these columns.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is meant to be a basis of a demo only, or if this is meant to be a basis of a game, but apparently it fits in 1K, this program.
Interesting.
1K.
Yeah, not including the graphics tree itself, obviously, but...
Yeah, the actual code. Program code.
Yeah, the code, yeah. I got that.
No, that's neat. Yeah, the sound effects aren't horrible.
No.
It's a bit grating.
Yeah, hopefully if they did make a game out of it, you'd vary it a little bit and, have shooting sounds or whatever else, depending on if you made a game out of it. I'm not sure, though, if this is meant to be a demo or a game.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth, though.
Yeah.
You got multiple planes of these 3D rectangles coming towards you.
Yeah, and your view angle changes as you move left and right.
Yeah, they're kind of shifting left and right, too. So you've got the kind of parallaxing and the depth perception going on all at the same time. It's pretty impressive.
And it's all procedurally generated because, like you said, the program code is like 1K.
Yeah.
So there's no graphics to it. It's just all generated on the fly.
Yeah, but it's a pretty impressive engine to do in a CoCo 1-2 level
Oh,
machine
absolutely.
like a Dragon 32.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. It's cool.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Doesn't even need 64K.
It's fantastic.
Next up, Erico Patricio Montero. Oh, I have no idea if I pronounced it right. He's the one who's been doing
what? He killed my father. Prepare to die.
I was thinking the same thing, and I almost said it.
At any rate, he's been one who's been doing the semi-graphics version of Outhouse and showing all the demos. He's actually writing a PC version using semi-graphics type graphics.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's expanding on it. He's actually going beyond Outhouses. So he's got this Cthulhu creature, as he calls it, from the H.P. Lovecraft. And he has a little animated GIF that kind of shows, and I just have it running here, so. kind of showing it, getting shot at, and
Oh,
this is kind of
neat.
zoomed up of the center part of the
Yeah,
game. But
that's neat.
Yeah, he's doing this on the PC, right?
Yes.
But
Yes.
there's no reason you couldn't do it on the CoCo. He's trying to make it, semi-graphics 4 specific, so it would work. He's done some pretty amazing graphics for considering that mode.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really,
Yeah, I think that's
really
that might be
impressive.
the one lone coder. There's a guy out there called the One Lone Coder, and he wrote this like game engine for like the equivalent of a text screen on a PC. And he's got some pretty impressive stuff like that. So that he might be using that One Lone Coder engine that he developed, because it's all available like on GitHub.
That's neat.
That could be because Nick, he was working with you on doing a graphical adventure game at one point too, wasn't he? Nick Marentes. Oh, he's sleeping already. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you up, Nick.
He's had to hire armed security to help protect him with all the money that's coming in.
Oh, that's why he's not online. He's busy fulfilling all of his orders.
Yeah,
His
right,
emails
so-
up for the
Okay.
the new Ferrari on order.
I'm listening, but yeah, that's right. I'm trying to make space for my other 2 Ferraris. Sorry, what was the question?
Well, Erico, isn't he the guy you were working with when you were doing your semi-graphics animation editor for
Oh yeah,
graphical
no,
adventure game? And this is kind of the stuff he's doing now with animated arcade game style stuff.
Yeah, no, he's very good with semi-graphics modes.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he's written any code though. I think his skills more in doing the graphics. And,
Well, in this case here, he's actually writing a PC version, but like John Laurie was saying, he might be using an existing game engine that he's just kind of like filling the
I
blanks. and putting
suspect so.
graphics in.
Yeah, I mean, to do that on the CoCo, it'll have to be a machine language game anyway. So
Neat.
Yeah, or at least a very fast compiled BASIC or something, maybe.
yeah.
I love those explosion effects too on it when he hits it. They're really good.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty good. I mean, it's taking the Outhouse concept and actually going quite a bit further. It's like Outhouse 2,
Yeah, like shooting
low
up.
res, more color.
Yeah. Stunning,
And
low
still no
resolution visuals. Yeah, so
Still no toilet paper.
yeah. Well, they're all sold out toilet paper. So
Yeah.
due
Actually,
to,
it's,
due to the coronavirus, toilet paper will not be appearing in Outhouse. So
until the virus is over, there will be no toilet paper
That's
in
right.
the Outhouse game at all anymore. So
oh, Erico's here. He says it's being done in GL Basic. Okay.
okay, I'm not familiar with that one.
You might want to close whatever pop-up just came up on your screen there.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, because GL Basic, I'm assuming that's OpenGL of some sort.
Yeah, it's kind of like a generic version. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm confusing it with QB64. So I am not sure what GL Basic is. Okay.
Yeah, because he's saying everything's coded, so maybe we'll have to get him on the show sometime to kind of go through that.
Yeah, he was on before, but yeah, we'd love to have him. I'd love to have you on again, Erica. Okay, what do we got here?
Okay, next one, Aaron Hibbard, who I think is fairly new to the CoCo group, but you could probably tell me that better than I would know. But he's playing Caladriel, the original Flame of Light version, which I think originally was sold through Diecom, and then when Diecom disappeared, I think it went through Sundog, if I remember correctly. And there was a sequel as well. But he's kind of stuck at one part of the game here, and it's a fairly unique graphical adventure game. It's got some real-time moving around the arrow keys, scrolling elements, not just typing in text with pictures. But he's stuck where he says, "How do I unroll the bridge? Been trying for an hour, and it's time to reach out for some help."
Can you zoom in on the picture so we can see one of them if they get any bigger? Sometimes they don't get bigger when you click on them. Okay, that's a little better. That's an interesting looking split screen with the fonts. I like the way it looks. I'm not familiar with this game.
It's a good game. I actually have a copy. I bought a copy of the original, and the CoCo, I think Caladriel 2 is a CoCo 3 version, if I remember, with more colors and stuff. So.
Okay, I like this. I like the monochromeness of it, though.
And this is a zoom up here. You actually can use the keys to move your guy around, kind of scrolling left to right, and you walk across branches on
Okay,
trees. And
so right there, that outline is where a bridge should be, and he can't get across it now, right?
Yeah. Now it sounds like he has gotten a solution from somebody now. Tie rope on bucket because it doesn't understand tie rope to bucket. So this is one of those things with text adventure games.
Oh,
where you get fussy
the
on
parsing the language the way the software wants you to type it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never won this game either, but I have gotten semi far into it when I first bought it. I haven't played it in a while actually.
Oh, Erico says he's going to try to come on the show when the game is done. His outhouse. So he's just working on sound and music now. Yeah, I'd like to learn a little bit more about the GL basic too, Erica.
Yeah, and once he's got it done too, maybe team up with somebody else who's familiar with semi-graphics game coding like Ken Reichert and see if he can do an actual CoCo version of it afterwards.
Or hello,
Well,
Jim
Jack's already
Jim
done, so-
Gary. Hello.
Well, if you want an MC10 version, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Actually,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the other one, like Nick mentioned, though, some of the effects he's doing there, I think you'd have to go to ML. I
Yeah.
don't know if
Yeah.
Jim
It
does
might not
machine
work in
language
basic.
programming or not.
Okay. Right.
Unless you get a compiler, I guess. And my last one here is the CoCo Show has dropped edition 11, or episode 11, I should say.
Support the CoCo Show and listen
their new intro,
ad-free.
too, now.
Plus get cool perks and rad swag. Visit our page at patreon.com/theCoCo Show.
Now, this is their new intro they just put on. This is the first episode of it. Pardon me?
It sounds like the Contras.
Yeah, it was the Contras.
Okay.
So obviously you're hearing the sound.
Yeah. Okay, so what are they playing? Starship Chameleon?
Yeah, and this is the time I'll reveal too that this next week's GameON Spotlight / High Score Challenge is Starship Chameleon.
Oh, okay.
So that's a Ken Kalish game. We'll be doing this one on the lowest level, which I think is level 1. Or is there
That's one where the bombs are blue and yellow, and you have to change the color of your ship to catch the color of the bomb, right? Or the falling object, right? So.
Yeah, and you've got hollow bombs that are worth 10 times as much as solid bombs, and you've also got the red bombs coming after you. I'll tune them down. Well, I might as well let it play while we're kind of talking about here.
But Phantom Slayer actually an original concept.
Yes, yeah. And so is this.
So
game.
basically, the requirements for this one is
Now, this
16K
is
CoCo
published by
1, 2, or 3, or Dragon.
Mhm.
Works in any emulator, of course. Available in the archive. Legally, Ken Kalish has given us permission to download this to your heart's content. So there's no piracy issues either.
We've got to try that.
That one needs to go on the list.
But on level 1, because the game does pick up speed fairly decently, the very beginning's fairly easy. You can get fairly far, so you won't feel frustrated like you're dying instantly.
Guess this one, you'll never
But
get it.
it does
Mega
ramp up in
Feed.
difficulty, and don't even try level 9, it's
Then you
impossible.
got Moon Hopper.
Okay.
That is this week's GameON challenge.
Okay.
And that is also the last of the stories I had.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Let me get back to the main game on screen. Okay, so what I thought I would do before we get into the results, because we do not have with us, unfortunately, we do not have... Nick Marota could not be here. So what I thought I would show you guys real quick, for those of you who are not already on the Discord, I want to show you what it's been like being in Discord this week. Now I just have to find my scene that switches over to here. All right, so this is Discord, right? And this is where we started last week on March 7th, a week ago, where people started posting screenshots of them playing. Matter of fact, the first person to post the first screenshot was Ken Reichert with a nice entry of 17,000 points on his first try. So this is kind of what we're asking people to do, is to play the game and take a picture. And so these look like people are just taking pictures with their phone. So if you're not doing an emulator or you don't have the ability to capture what you're doing, most of us have, although I think Nick Marentes might still be using a flip phone, but a lot of us are using these smarter phones with cameras these days, right? So Bryza sent in a nice picture here, 42,000. That's Brian Palmer in Australia. We got a 32,000 here from Lee. We had somebody having a problem getting this working on the CoCo 3, and that was being talked about. Here's some more Bryza entries. So this is what we're asking people to do, is to just participate, play the game, send in a screenshot, and even if you're not playing for high scores, just send us a picture showing us that you played the game, because we just kind of want to be able to count how many people are playing. Of course, I don't have that count, because and so you can see I've been scrolling on here. This has been going on for a while. So I don't have the final count, but it also looks like here a late entry is, okay, Rob Inman came in with 24,000. Here's a YouTube video posted, Mr. Do Arcade. Who posted this video here? I'm not sure who posted it, but anyways, we got a YouTube video. The Devil Bunny posted a picture of him playing. I can't quite read that score from here. That's Aaron. So yeah, so that's kind of what we're asking people to do, is to just pick up and play. And it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It doesn't matter if you have the best score. If you're having a good time and you're playing, just send us your pictures. Hopefully next week we can tell you the count of how many people played this week. Does anybody know what that number was? How many participants?
What I've got listed here from what Nick sent me was 14 people played.
14. All right, so we're back up again. We were like 11, 17, down to 11. Now we're up to 14, so we're getting more participants, and it's really just about getting people to have fun playing their CoCo. So on that note now...
trying a game they never have tried before. Too,
right, very true. So we're now going to show you the results, courtesy of Rob Inman. He has produced this wonderful, professionally done video. So let's see how this week went. CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens. There we go. Yahoo, Buck Owens. A little hee-haw there for you.
I have to say, Buck was actually streaming when he was playing that night. Was working. I can't remember what night it was, but I saw that he was doing a stream on Twitch. So I fired it up in the background while I was working, and I watched him from about 400,000 points to around 650,000 points, and then I just kind of got depressed.
So, Curtis, you didn't have any 5-minute supper breaks to...
Not this week. Not with the players. They got to rush the workout and get invoices in before they start pulling them all back, because that's already started happening. They're canceling orders. So.
Wow.
I didn't touch my CoCo at all.
And I got to be honest,
I
didn't play this week either, because I've been busy playing The Witcher on my Xbox all week. I kind of got obsessed with that, so I had a lot of fun witching it this week. So unfortunately, did not get to do the CoCo challenge. Looks like you guys had fun, and I'm glad you did. And so now next week's game is Starship Chameleon. Now, is it Ken Kalish or Ken Kalish? Do you know how we're supposed to pronounce his name?
I think it's Kalish, but
I've heard it pronounced a couple different ways. You say tomato, I say tomato.
In like 15 years, and I don't remember.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So that concludes our Game On segment.
Game on! Yeah, game on.
Do we have more news to go over to, L. Curtis Boyle?
Well, that's into the Game On news.
We have like regular news?
I think I have a few here. Let me.
So while you're checking, I can go ahead and run a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with a little bit of news. I'm trying to see.
This week, but yeah.
All right, let's see what commercial break we're going to. How about we have not played CoCo So how about we take a little break? We'll get a little CoCo and we'll be back with some CoCo news.
CoCoTALK will return after these messages.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il n'y a pas d'attente, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il a ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre CoCo est contrôlable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo2 de Radio Shack. On solde pour Noël à partir de 149,84.
CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac, c'est toi et CoCo2.
now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a CoCo won't do?
Hi, Ron Delvaux, Timberman, Coco Fest, CoCoTALK. In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Hey, have you got your CoCo 3 yet? Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and you've tuned into CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer.
What's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and if you're a fan of vintage computing and retro gaming, then you're going to love our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. There you will find custom designs by Instagram artist Joel M. Adams. You can get I'm a Coconut, CoCoTALK, and other cool video game images on a t-shirt, coffee mug, or mouse pad. So if you love retro, then head on over to the retro swag shop at 8bit256.com today. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
Radio Shack store-wide manager's red tag sale is on now. We've slashed prices 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. Save on famous Radio Shack hi-fi, car stereo, radios, toys, TV games, calculators, walkie-talkies, and CB radios. Look for the big red tag. Save like never before on these and literally hundreds of red tag specials. Hurry into Radio Shack today.
Hi, this is Randy Kindig of the Floppy Days podcast. I just love me some CoCo, and nobody covers it better than Steve Strobridge. You're listening to CoCoTALK.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, and we are back with news with our roving reporter and our Canadian anchor, L. Curtis Boyle.
Yeah, sorry I missed last week, but I'm back this week, so.
I love that little Muppet intro.
Any resemblance is purely coincidental.
That's right.
Hey, you guys can see that?
Yep.
MIDI Maestro.
Yeah, so we've been talking about this for the last little while, where they've been working on duplicating the original CoCo MIDI Pro packs, and also the ones that Glenside sold, that allowed you to do MIDI in, MIDI out, and MIDI through, which means you can record from a synth onto the CoCo if you have the right software. You can play out from the CoCo to a synth, polyphonic, and the whole shebang. So they've been doing some tests between Brian Schubring and Jim Brain at Retro Innovations here, and everything seems to be working. They've tested it on 3 or 4 different pieces of software, CoCo 1 and 2 and CoCo 3. Everything seems to be working, so it's actually available for pre-order. The expected release date of the 18th of April 2020 was, of course, supposed to be at CoCo Fest. I'm not sure exactly what has changed there now because CoCo Fest is being postponed, but it's a $60 for the board. It's a nice small little board. It extends out the back of a cartridge there, mainly to fit the MIDI connectors itself, but the main portion of the board actually would fit inside a standard size cartridge. And supported by Ultimuse and Lyra and CoCo MIDI Pro and probably a few other things I'm not remembering as far as software, which is all available in the archive. And quite a bit of that stuff has actually been legally released for free as well too. So if you guys have any MIDI synths around or MIDI drum machines, etc., and you're interested in actually using them with your CoCo, this is the perfect board to do it with.
That's exactly what I'm going to be jumping on really quickly. I've been eagerly eyeing this one off, and with the CoCo music album I'm working on now, that will be perfect.
Yeah. I know Ultimuse itself supports 16 tracks simultaneously.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive for a CoCo.
Anyway, available for pre-order on Retro Innovation site. Jim can give us some details if he's in the chat, or if he pops on later, sends us an email or something as to when the actual release date will be now that CoCo Fest is being postponed.
The 8-bit guy. We met him.
Yeah, he was a guest on our show a while back. But at any rate, he's planning on doing a segment on the Philips CDI, which is CD Interactive. Now, for those of you who don't know the history of that, that was an interactive TV device. At the time, Microsoft was working on a competitor to it. But the thing that's CoCo related in this is that the operating system it used underneath was actually a version of OS 9. And there were some people in the CoCo community that actually were actively involved with it somewhat in the days. So this would have been the early 90s, I believe. So basically, he wants to do a show on it, and he wanted to get some details on it, both from the operator user perspective, because it had games and online encyclopedias and all kinds of stuff. And also, I sent him some links with James Jones and a few other people that were at Micro at the time to see if they can get him some details on the underpinnings and how the whole project came to be, how they got to work with Philips, etc. So there's been a ton of comments there from various people here, like 92 at last count. It's kind of discussing that. I'm not sure when this will air. I'm not sure if he's got everything he needs or if he's directly contacted some of these people or if he's just communicating through the chat. But if any of you guys were involved with the CD Interactive or have one or have used one, he's looking for some details on the platform to put onto that show. So
it's funny you mentioned that. I was reading an article about that very thing just before. I've got a copy of a what is it? It's right beside me, Australian Hi-Fi magazine, and they had a special. It's from 1987, I think, this edition, and they had a special article on CD Interactive. And I was actually
I do remember when
reading
this
the
was when this was first happening. Microsoft actually offered to buy out Microware to get this technology because they were doing a competitor, and this one was more advanced and further along. So they actually offered to buy it.
Yeah, I think Microsoft was doing web TV or something lame like that. Yeah,
and then they offered it, and Ken Kaplan said, "Nah, we're going to stay independent." Which, long term, maybe that wasn't the right decision. I don't know, but they stuck it out and went independent on it. So
neat.
Anyway, if anybody has any details, please.
What was the processor? Was it 6800?
Actually, it was a
68,000. 68,000.
68070. Yeah.
Okay.
Same one the MM1 and the TC70 used.
Okay.
15.5 megahertz.
So this would have used an OS 9K type OS. Okay. And I think Eric Critchlow had developed for this too. When we talked to him, he mentioned that.
Yeah, I think he did. Actually, now that you mentioned it, I kind of forgot about that part.
Yeah. And possibly Chet Simpson has some familiarity with this too. So that might be a couple of resources.
Yeah, well, James Jones has been in there. A couple other people like Joel Levy and a few others that were involved in Microware on the periphery. And I also mentioned to James maybe get Ken Kaplan himself. I guess he's still around. He's in charge of some industrial company now.
Okay.
So
Neat.
they'll get him on there too. It'd be pretty interesting to see because some of that details of that history I don't even know.
Yeah, I didn't know that the CDI platform was based on OS 9.
I'll have to take a scan of this article that I've got it right in front of me, right?
Yeah, I think when we had Eric on, he was mentioning that some of the work he did from here, he translated over to something he was doing for some type of in-flight entertainment system too that was based on CDI-based technology. So, and
a lot of people that were working on the MM1 TC70 because it uses the same graphics chip and the same CPU, they could develop for the CDI fairly easily because the 68070 clockwise runs slower clock for clock than a regular 68000 does, but it has a bunch of extra stuff built onto the chip. It's almost like a microcontroller itself. It's got some extra features. So that was the base platform that the TC70 from Frank Hogg and the MM1 from Paul Ward and IMS did, so that they could take their skills they learned on one or the other and apply it to the opposite one. So if you learned on the CDI, you could do stuff for those two platforms. And if you learn on the M1 TC70, you would have a head start on the CDI stuff. So
neat.
Pretty cool.
We will follow this story with great interest.
Yeah, like I said, I have no idea when the video is dropping or how much research you still got to do. But next one up, the Canadian Retro Things we've been following the last couple.
He
weeks
was in
there.
the live chat earlier. I'm not sure if he's still out there.
I saw that
CRT.
too. So in this case, he did a video basically just going through. He takes the CoCo 2 apart, kind of goes through what the chips are, what different parts are. Then he sprays air and stuff to make sure that there's not too much dust on there. Checks for bad connections. Checks for bad solder joints, etc. He hasn't actually fired it up yet. That's the next episode. So I won't play too much in here, I'll just kind of skip ahead to show you some pictures.
Nice.
Here he's removing the keyboard.
How
Actually,
to take
this-
That's a nice melty keyboard. It's nice and
Yep.
clean there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and even on the inside, I mean, this is a pretty clean machine to begin with. You didn't really
Yeah.
have to do too much here. There's a couple of connectors off the power supply. I think were coming a bit loose. He had to re-plug in, but that's about it. But his next episode will be firing it up and seeing what it looks like. So
See if we release the magic smoke.
Releasing the smoke's easy.
Getting the genie back in the bottle, huh?
Okay, next one up. Ron Klein posted some details on how to use the debugger in Karen's XWAR emulator, which I didn't even know was even an option.
Yep.
Apparently, it's not built into the emulator itself. You have to download some companion apps to install.
Okay.
Which is kind of what this photo is showing. And he's got some instructions, and he has a link to Karen's site that explains how to set this all up. I've never tried this. I still haven't had a chance to try it yet. But since XWAR is a fairly decent emulator, if I can do some of the stuff that I'm doing in MAME, if I'm doing CoCo 1, 2, or Dragon-specific stuff, this might be an alternative to try.
Yeah, I find for
Has anybody
CoCo
on the
1.
panel tried this yet?
I have not tried the debugger, but I use XWAR a lot when I just want to fire up a CoCo 1 or 2 thing because it's so user friendly.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to fire up than MAME is.
Yeah. So, no, that's interesting. I remember Karen mentioning this a long time ago that there is a debugger, and I think Steve Bamford, who's working on that Circe's Island, is using that as well. So I know people have been talking about using it, so it wasn't a foreign concept to me, but I'm not in the world of needing to know what a debugger does in my world right now. So, yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's some details there, and if you have any questions on it, I guess Ron's got it up and running, so if you have any problems getting it up and running yourself, or what companion apps you need to do and install for various operating systems, or if you're using Linux or Windows, contact Ron.
Now operates, so what was that? XWAR operates with the GDB render engine.
Oh, that was just Kieran's page about how to install it and
okay.
what it does.
Gotcha. All right.
Next up, Jim Brain again, who's been doing his articles on doing DMA through the cartridge port as opposed to having to rip apart the internals of the machine. And I need him here to do all the technical details of it here, but he actually, from the looks of it, on the CoCo 1 and 2, he's actually got it working, and he's got some programming done on his chip that's on there, so he can copy memory back from, I think he had 512K in the cartridge he's using, plus his DMA circuitry, and it's actually, you are able to tell the CoCo, I need 50 bytes transferred from the CoCo to the RAM on the cartridge, or vice versa. And that part is working. You can also blast it out to a specific memory address. Say if you wanted to throw it up to the sound chip, you could take like a sound sample and DMA it right across to the sound chip. So it looks like he's gotten fairly far along on it, and the proof of concept, he's got some stuff actually running. And then he kind of does a tease at the end here about working on the CoCo 3 to see what he can do there, because there is some differences, and the CoCo 3 makes it a lot harder to do this kind of stuff because there's some chip in the, I can't remember the details, some buffer chip or something causes problems doing this kind of thing on a CoCo 3.
I got a comment on that.
Sure.
The Bruce? Yeah.
Yeah, if you can shut down the CPU and do this DMA thing, that includes video memory.
Yes.
You could potentially just dump a video stream directly to the screen. I wonder
With
how many
sound.
frames per second you could get with sound, like you play a movie. I wonder how many frames a second you could get doing that. It could be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the CPU stops dead when you do this, but this will transfer at basically 1 byte per cycle, whereas actual 689 instructions will never get to that speed. Even a TFM doesn't quite. It does a copy at 3 cycles for a byte transferred from one place to another, whereas this will do that same equivalent in 1 or 2. So this is faster even than the TFM on a 609.
So besides being able to stream like a movie video, you could do things like, for games, you could have cutscenes potentially.
Yep. Yeah, just you're limited only by the amount of RAM you have access to in the cartridge. So if you put in an SD card slot with like a couple of gig there, you could have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it'd be crazy. So if he gets this working and somebody can take it, through to a product, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, because it sounds like the CoCo 1 and 2 version is just going to be a cartridge you plug in. That's all it is. No modifications to your machine required whatsoever. That'd be a huge boon. The CoCo 3, we'll have to see what he does here. It sounds like he's kind of figuring out some way he might be able to do something to sneak it by. but otherwise it would require doing some wiring internally of the machine itself, because there's some stuff that doesn't make it to the cartridge port on the 3 that does on a 1 and 2.
Now, will this include a real-time clock?
Well, you could blast the time right off a real-time clock on that thing and right into memory for you. Put it right on the screen if you wanted to.
All right.
And he mentions like a couple things here. He's setting memory to a constant value and then pinning the source address to contain the value, dumping data to the ORC90 or other CoCo SDC at 1 megabytes per second, which is, for streaming video and audio, that's pretty decent. So I'm watching this with great interest. I don't know what the price is going to be on this, if he does release it as an actual product. But he does have the files you can go download right now if you want to check it out.
Neat.
And as he mentions here, his teaser, next time we turn our attention to the third system in the color computer lineup and the challenges it poses concerning DMA functionality. Until next time, I prevent the following 2 screenshots. Hint, check the timestamps. So for you technically minded people.
Okay. That's not me, so let's go on to the next one.
That's not me. That's hard. I don't understand this stuff. Where do I solder my hair now?
Sub-ETH software. Alan Huffman.
Alan Huffman. So Alan is kind of proposing a challenge to basic programmers to optimize an extended basic program that draws a varying sized and scaled 4:3 box on the semi-graphics text screen, basically. And he wants you to try to optimize it above and beyond what he does here. And he's got the source code for what he did. And then this little video demo here that basically shows what it accomplishes right now. And it takes 25.25 seconds to run it on its current state. And then he challenges people, can you optimize the code strictly in BASIC, not using any machine language routines or anything like that. And he's already got multiple responses, and a few of them have managed to chop 7 seconds already off, which is a pretty good chunk.
Now, this is being used with printing? I'm assuming he's printing characters?
There's some math, too, because it's doing a 4:3 ratio, so it's not a straight box.
Okay.
One pixel added every time. It scales differently vertically versus horizontally, so there's some extra math involved. It's meant to, fit on a CRT monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like a scaling in SG4.
Yeah. And then he's got responses here, like here's one optimization that cut it down to 20.4 seconds, and then these other changes get it down to 13. And so I pointed out there's a mistake that got screwed up when he uploaded it with WordPress, and there's a bunch of others too here. But if you guys are into basic programming and like optimizing stuff, then feel free to contribute there, and we'll see what the results are.
Yeah.
Pear. What has Pear got for us there?
Well, this is cool. This was on the Dragon thing. Now, we have covered his WordPack 2 Plus card before. The WordPack 2 originally from the early 80s was an 80-column card using the 6845 chip by Motorola. And that gave you an 80 by 24 with inverse video and smooth scroll and a few other things like that. It's basically the same chips using some of the, I think it's Model 3 or 4 or something. At any rate, they've been doing a WordPack 2 Plus where they're adding like color graphics and some other stuff to it. So this here is a screenshot of Foggy Quest, which you may remember is one of the earliest games they did on the AGD engine when they ported from the Spectrum to the CoCo.
Okay.
And that was also one of the ones he actually redone with PMode 3 color graphics. This is using the new WordPack 2 Plus, which actually has 16 colors at once. And
now, are these real colors or these artifact colors?
I am not sure, but I believe they are real because the 80 column I think is composite only. It's not TV driven.
This is the first screen in the game Froggy I've converted some time ago. Okay. Now in 16 colors. Okay. All right. Yeah,
so
it looks good.
Yeah, I can't remember the specs totally on the card. I can't remember if this is the one that had a sprite chip built into or just the tiling system. Because there was a couple different projects going off the Dragon, but this will plug into a Dragon 64. And it probably would work on a CoCo 2, I'm imagining, too, maybe with some minor tweaks. But to get 16 colors, basically it's a competitor for the CoCo VGA, really.
And this basically had its own. It has its own composite out, right?
Yeah.
So this was like the 80 column card where people plugged a composite monitor into their CoCo into that cartridge, and you had to send data to that cartridge to show up on that screen. So like a word processor or
CPM,
CPM things like that, right? Okay.
So could you use that as like a second monitor output?
Yep. They actually were independent. Like under
Yeah.
OS 9, the drivers were separate. You could have your 32 column on your main CoCo screen and an 80 column composite monitor running simultaneously running different programs.
Oh, very interesting.
And those are just like different terminal descriptors, so you're writing to just different terminal outputs?
Similar.
Each-
It didn't use a serial port, but yeah.
Okay.
Different memory addresses,
It's
basically.
obviously different memory. It's another device, just like in the old days, you could
Yeah.
take a IBM CGA and an IBM Monochrome or Hercules and put them in the same machine and have two monitors.
Right.
Yeah, that's precisely what the word pack was used for some of those things back in the day. And it had its own 2K video RAM on board for the black and white stuff, and you could tell it to do inverse video and smooth scroll and all kinds of stuff
Yeah,
too.
this looks really nice.
Yeah, for a CoCo 1.2 Dragon 3264 level of machine. So I'm really interested to see where he's taking this, and then what the price of the card is. Is it something that can be back ported to the CoCo VGA so they're compatible?
I
with
feel
them?
I feel the need for a mega cartridge. We need to combine this with DMA and the SDC extender
And a real-time clock.
and a real-time clock. We get a mega cart. And we're in business.
Chet's CoCo Tendo.
A CoCoTendo, yeah, right. Sound chip.
CoCo Tendo MSX.
Yeah.
And the MIDI controller.
And Mikey has joined
Get
us.
that 16 voice sound going simultaneously too.
Yeah, MIDI board. Yeah, might as well. MIDI in, MIDI out, MIDI through, MIDI left, MIDI right.
He's even preserved the green border there. It looks like from the CoCo.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, right.
Which Nick hates.
Sure do.
That's a beauty.
And then another one from the Dragon world. John Whitworth posted on the Dragon Group Facebook that he has a small number of his new lowercase daughter boards available to work again for the Dragon 3264 and the 200. I presume this will work on the Tano as well, but I don't have enough details to know for sure. What this does is it's a little plug-in that goes under the VDG. You take your existing VDG out of the socket, you plug this board into the socket, you plug the VDG back into his board socket, and then it has an extra large ROM which has a whole bunch of different character sets built into it. So this is kind of between a VGA and that board we just looked at.
Right.
Kind of like a CoCo VGA Junior type thing. Now it's cheap. It's 30 pounds.
Okay.
That's what the board looks like there. And you can see the dip switches for setting your default character sets. But some of the character sets he's chosen to include, which are built into the ROM here, so they're instant switch. You don't have to load them. Actually look pretty cool here. So I'll just show a few here. You can see that one has like extra.
Can you make that
characters.
bigger, Curtis? Because for us right now,
it's really tiny here.
Okay. Yeah, this is like the arcade font. Yeah, that's nice looking. Nice and bold. Okay, here's your standard inverse. Well, but still nicer. Nicer inverse.
Yeah, it's like bolded, more
yeah.
PC style font.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
There's one where it leaves the lowercase characters not inverse, but all the other characters are.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. True lower kit. Nice.
Yeah. Thinner with some extra.
Yeah. And notice all the semi-graphics are there. So now there's an enhanced original font. It's not as bold, but just nicer looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
And with true lowercase. Okay.
I know one thing he pointed out in here specifically, he likes his asterisk a lot better. He doesn't like that little diamond that Andy and Morrell used.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look better.
Yeah.
I've never liked the standard.
Yeah, it's one of the things when I was doing my CoCo VGA fonts. It's one of the first things I fixed too was that diamond asterisk.
Same here.
It's like what in the bloody hell is going on with that? Neat.
It makes a good bullet point though.
Very big one, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And this is a demo of it playing Quest, which is a semi-graphics adventure strategy game from Aardvark Software, but with real lowercase
with
enabled.
nice fonts. Quest. So did the game have to be updated to support the lowercase, or was it?
Yeah, it's a basic game, so it would have been pretty easy to just go in and edit it. There's the actual gameplay using.
What now,
semi-graphics.
sire? Yeah. Okay. So as long as you don't change your other symbols, that works.
Yep.
Nice. So $60 for a selectable font ROM solution.
Is the American dollar that low compared to the pound these days?
Oh, what was it?
It was 30 pounds.
30 pounds. Okay.
So
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure what that translates to.
I don't either.
I thought it maybe around $45-50.
Let's ask.
Yeah, it's
ask
around
Google.
$36.81.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap for that.
But will the motherboard handle that kind of weight?
36.81 United States dollar. Okay.
Yeah, no, did you get
Will the motherboard handle that much weight of the 30 pounds? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh.
I'll just mention this one here too. This specific set he's got here has actually got, the character's a bit shorter and wider.
Yeah.
That's actually labeled as the ZX Spectrum character set.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to do a ZX Spectrum game that actually looks like a text game on the Spectrum, that actually would work.
Okay. Neat.
And with inverse and blah blah blah.
I like that. So
and that's the TI 99 4A character set.
Okay. We won't hold that against it. All right. So that's a neat little system. I like it.
Yeah, that's cool. Very CoCo VGA-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is another TI-99 character force, TI-99 4A character set. And I remember this from my friend having a TI-99. The lowercase characters like us, they didn't have.
They were
lowercase,
just
they just
smaller, the smaller uppercase characters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I did check this morning when I was just loading all these pages up to get prepped for the show, and apparently it's sold out already again.
Oh wow!
So he made.
Well, it's a neat little yeah, because not everybody is. I mean, CoCo VGA is great. Don't get me wrong, and it's I think at $100 it's a great value. With rising entertainment costs, it's a real bargain. But for $30, for just if all you care about is fonts and you don't care about changing modes and stuff, this is a perfect solution.
Yeah, and the advantage of this one too, as far as ease of use goes, is that you don't have to like drill holes in your case to put buttons.
And you don't have to do that in CoCo VGA. The ribbon cable can just extend out
you
with
can snake it out through the vent.
Yeah, so no, that's neat, and this would be local to them. I'm sure this is a European product, so shipping and delivery is going to be easier. Ken Reichert says it's sold out like toilet paper.
Well said.
Yeah. All right. Neat.
And then my last one, this is from Dave Veers, who I think he's in chat, so maybe if he can pipe in exactly this, because I didn't get a chance to look at it too closely. But he's been doing some more hacking on his CoCo 1 and 2. This is the one where he's put in the USB keyboard with the lights, and he's been demonstrating a lot of hardware stuff lately.
Oh, this is our Mr. Dave 6809?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Avid game player, too, from the GameON segment.
Yes, which was his idea. We have him to thank. Or blamed.
He's got like scopes and hardware stuff hooked up to his CoCo, explaining how video signals work. So I'm just going to breeze through this because I don't understand any of it.
Yeah. Cool. You notice he sounds a little bit like Bill Noble. Is it something being Canadian to have a certain...
Could be. I don't know. Maybe they're long-lost cousins or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But he goes explaining stuff about the T1 and the VDG. And like I said, he's in chat. He can maybe explain. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to really go through the video too close. I don't really understand most of the stuff anyway. But it looks like he's planning on doing some pretty interesting stuff with the VDG. There's some blank spaces. He thinks he can do some extra things. And
okay.
And I notice he's still in chat. So Dave, if you want to just pipe in and maybe
jump on the call, jump in too,
or join the call briefly, to kind of go through the video.
Curtis is just worried about burning his hair again.
Yeah, I don't touch solder knives. They're dangerous things.
Yeah.
Oh, he says he's going to put 256 colors on his CoCo too.
Okay. Hold on. Are you sure they're colors, or are they going to be
color?
Colors.
It sounds like you're saying the word color, but with the U in it.
They're colors with a French accent.
Okay, so Mr. Dave says he's going to join us in Zoom. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool.
And the link to Zoom is in the description. If anybody else wants to join us too, feel free. Neat.
Okay, well, that was the last of my news. I will stop sharing, and if he joins in, he can kind of explain what he's up to, what he's planning.
All right, so that is that. We are back with the show. Mikey has just joined us. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
I think he joined in because I noticed he was mentioning in chat that his high score was actually higher. He did higher scored. So I'm sure he's here to correct that.
It didn't change my place though. Still fourth place.
Yeah, the video was pre-produced, and so if we get late entries, it's hard to dynamically update those videos. But we're definitely
we just missed them.
Yeah.
I didn't even play this week. I was too busy. I tied with Grant Leedy, so I'm kind of disgusted with myself.
0.0. I believe we have gone through all of the main segments now. So then we are now moved towards the end of the show. We just finished regular news. So now we are into the updates and acquisitions. Does anybody have anything they want to share with us or update us on how their week has been going on?
I've got one little a couple of little acquisitions. See if I can get my camera working.
Not toilet paper.
No, I haven't got. No. All right, now I've got video working here. Yeah, I was been digging through some of my stuff again, and when I first got my CoCo, Mum and Dad bought it.
Did I just see a jar of Vegemite? Can you pan back to the left and show us that? There's Vegemite. You are a true Australian, my friend. All right. Vegemite.
You're using that to clean like circuit boards and stuff, right?
Yeah, so back in the day when I got my CoCo, when Dad took me into Tandy and surprised me, and we come back home with a CoCo, my CoCo 1, they decided Mum and Dad decided they would get me a game and get my sister a game. So I ended up with Stellar Lifeline 1 cartridge, and my sister ended up with this, with Grobot.
Children's Computer Workshop, like the Children's Television Workshop. That's neat.
Yeah, exactly. And it is on cassette. And so yeah, digging through, and I found it. I still haven't found my Stellar Lifeline cartridge yet, though. It's probably sitting somewhere with my Editasm Plus cartridge, because I've got both of those here somewhere. But I do have them both on the CoCo SDC now anyway. But this I don't. So it was kind of cool to find that. And that cassette there, as you can see, it's a little yellowed. In front of that piece of paper there, you can see the case is quite yellowed. That was clear when it was released. So yeah, there's that, which I found hidden. And also because Nick Marentes mentioned that we should put this on here. Australians have redheads matches for lighting candles and whatnot.
Do you have that in the US?
No,
Redheads?
not that I'm familiar with, no.
Oh, okay. So you better explain to them that that's our common brand of matches, redheads, because the heads of the match are red.
Yeah.
It's been around for years, redheads.
Okay.
Yeah, you might notice, Nick, there that this is one of the original packages of redheads.
Yeah.
A new package. That's an original vintage package, and it's got all the matches still in it.
Stick it on eBay, you'll get heaps of money for it.
Yeah, $24,000 maybe.
Yeah.
So Dick Smith, as Aussies know,
Dick Smith was a big electronics chain like Tandy.
Yeah,
yeah,
direct competitor to Tandy, and he released a Dick Smith System 80, which was a Z80 based, basically a Model 1 clone sort of thing. But Dick Smith has also released a line of Australian foods and items and stuff they sell in the supermarkets. And he's at the time he launched when he first launched it, there was this big thing about Australia not selling out basically to overseas and everything, and trying to keep our own brands in Australia, Australian owned. And so he still is very vocal about that. And he said, we'd have to be real dickheads to sell our own stuff to other overseas. So he come out with dickheads matches.
Yeah, and wasn't his electronics stuff, his head, a bust of his head was the logo?
It was,
yes.
Yeah, because Dave Jones was saying that he had bid on he wanted to buy the rights to the Dick head, is what it was called.
Yeah. If we go on the back there, I don't know what's going on.
Well, that's a true Australian. It's upside down, so yeah. We'd have to be complete dickheads to let most of our famous Australian brands be taken over by foreign companies. Brands such as Vegemite, Aeroplane Jelly, Arnott's Speedo, and Redhead matches are in overseas hands. This means the profit and wealth created goes overseas and robs our children and our grandchildren of a future. All right. As Australian as you get.
Vegemite has been bought back, though.
Ah, okay.
Yes, it has. Yep, Bega now owns Vegemite again, which is an Australian company.
Wow.
So,
but he created, what was his version of Vegemite called?
Dickamite?
I can't remember. What was it? It was...
I don't know.
Veggie Dick?
Do you know?
I read about that, but I don't remember.
And one last little thing that I'll just demonstrate here. This isn't a CoCo, obviously, and it's not a Tandy product or anything, but it is related to the CoCo. I'm relating it to the CoCo. This is my color RGB laser. Let me just turn off that light there and make it a little darker.
It's a frickin' laser.
Yes, that's the one. It's 1,000 milliwatts and it's full color RGB, as you can see there. I'm actually going to set up my CoCo, and I'm writing a program for it and creating an interface for it, and I'm going to get the CoCo to control the colors and the positions and everything of this laser. And I'll be using it with the on the new album that I'm working, the CoCo music album, and I'll be using this for the video. So if I switch that on, see there.
Pew, 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 pew. That was your red. Ouch, it's hurting my eyes already.
Yeah, it's pretty bright. And if I go to
green,
laser, and then blue, we have blue, and they're all fully adjustable colorway. And I can bring them all up. I can bring blue and green to make a sort of a aquary color.
Wow.
So is this where it burns the hole in the wall?
Yeah, pretty much.
Isn't it hurting my eyes already, like the first 3 comments on every CoCoTALK video?
And if I get one of these dickheads matches,
yeah, it makes some smoke visible,
and I put it in the thing.
Oh, you can light the match with it.
He just set the match on fire with his laser.
There we go.
His laser, using my laser to light my dickhead match.
You'll see the beam there.
Wow, look at that.
Do that.
Yeah. Be careful you don't burn your dickhead.
Oh, now you can see the smoke. Through the smoke, you can see the laser beam. Yeah,
you need smoke to see the laser light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can probably see it if I bring it over here.
Just point the camera right at the laser. That way we can all see it clearly. So.
Yeah, destroy the camera.
It's a freaking laser. Okay.
Yes.
That's neat.
So anyway, that's a side project for the CoCo music thing, and I'm going to get the CoCo to control the colors and the positions and everything of those lasers.
That's cool.
I see spots.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll turn them all down now.
It's having a laser light show now.
Sadly, when Dick Smith and Tandy sold out to Woolworths, they focused more on consumer market and actually screwed both companies.
Sorry, say that again.
When Candy and Dick Smith sold out to Woolworths, they basically focus on a consumer market, selling DVDs, TVs, etc., and screwed the whole basis of what their whole business was built on.
Yeah, could not agree more. Yep, it was a sad day when we saw that happen. One of my first jobs was working at Dick Smith Electronics. Actually, I was actually a salesman for Dick Smith. That was back in the probably mid '80s, I would say.
All right. And Mr. Dave has joined us too. Hey, Chad, thanks for joining us. One of Nick's neighbors. Did you celebrate the release of Gun Star with the rest of us, Chad? I think you were in live chat.
I'm only a few suburbs away from Nick, so I might pop over and get a copy. We'll go for a copy.
Crikey.
Hey, I actually just noticed I actually did put a little burn mark in that wall just there.
David starting flame wars.
Not too long. Who else has got an update or an acquisition they would like to share with us? And Mr. Dave is here. Was Dave going to answer a question about what he did to his CoCo or what he's going to do to his CoCo?
Hey guys, I'm here now.
Hey, Mr. Dave. Sorry I missed you last week.
Oh, that's all right.
So what exactly are you cooking up to do 256 colors there? Like I said, that was a bit beyond me in the quick listen I had.
Well, I'm trying to right now. As we know from last week, I put a Raspberry Pi in my CoCo 2 to help it out, right? Mostly to run the USB keyboard and can run USB mouse and all that other things. And since I have the Raspberry Pi in there, I wanted to merge the two videos from the original CoCo 2 and the Raspberry Pi. So I started playing with the video chip, and I got a little sidetracked there. I think I might give the original CoCo 256 colors while I'm there.
Okay. So there'll be
now, would that require the Raspberry Pi, or is it some internal circuit thing?
No, this is a side project. I want to just maybe make my own VGA card. Well, similar to that.
That would it plug directly into like the VDG slot on the computer, or through the cartridge port, or how would that work?
Yeah, I guess it would have to go. My boost of the video colors would have to be modified. I guess you'd have to pull out your video chip and sort of put this one in place. I'm going to document it all on YouTube anyway while I'm doing it, so it should be interesting. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Cool.
Definitely look forward to that.
Yeah, Chad, we're getting some weird noise from you when you're not talking. It's got like some squawky noise that's coming in. Is David? Is he on the call? I don't think he has been. Does anybody have the ability to hang up on David so I can try to get host privileges back too or something? Because I have not been able to mute anybody or do anything on this call.
I can try here.
Okay. Chad, maybe if you can mute yourself when you're not talking, because all we're getting is squelching sound coming from you right now. Mikey, did you have an update to share with us?
Oh, not really. Just we got sent home, work from home. So that was a couple of days ago. It always takes a couple of days to switch from work mode to CoCo project mode. So I'm not quite there yet.
Okay, no problem. Anybody else on the panel have anything they want to talk about what they're working on this week?
I got one real quick thing I can show.
All right, John Lowry.
Let's see here. Start share.
And then maybe in the CoCo Caboose we can have further discussions on a possible virtual CoCo Fest that weekend or something, since the questions are still coming up throughout the show about that.
Okay. Real quickly, earlier during the news when Curtis was showing the outhouse thing.
Yeah, that Erica was doing.
Right. Now I don't know if he's using this or not, but this is this guy Javix 9 on.
Well, this looks like he's doing it in C++, and Erica said he was using GW Basic or GL Basic or something.
Oh, I see.
GL Basic.
Yeah.
This guy. This is the. Where's? Let me see if he's got like a. Where he's using basically a console window.
Okay.
Or as a game engine.
Okay.
That thing that he was doing kind of reminded me of.
Okay.
That.
Yeah. That's neat. So this is kind of like a 3D. Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. That's very cool looking.
Yeah, he's done a couple of different things, like a Tetris game, and this is like a 3D, like Wolfensteinish kind of type game engine, and some other things too. And he's got the code for it available on GitHub. So if you have a PC and you want to do some console games, this is one way you could do it.
That's neat. It's very fast too.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, he's got a really interesting channel.
Neat. I like it.
Yeah, that's all I had to share though.
I like that. That's cool.
We have a request from Jim Gary for more MC10 tomfoolery, I think.
Oh, Tom Effery. All right, Chad, how's your audio? Chad Edward, you still there? Do you copy?
Yeah, Stevie, I think that squelching noise you heard in the background might have been my ex-wife.
Crikey.
Listening to the size of that squelch. Yeah, finally got rid of the wife and then reacquired another CoCo.
Ah, there you go. That's a fair trade. Is it Lisa CoCo 3?
Priorities.
Got his
I got it off Maverick, and it's a CoCo 3. It's 128K, 6809. Actually, when I had my original CoCo 3s, I didn't even know about the 6309 because I offloaded them too early.
Mm-hmm.
And I only learned about it when I joined the Facebook group.
Wow.
And I bought my final one off a guy that ran the local user group at the Bayside, which overlooks the Pacific Ocean. He was, Nick knows him quite well. Unfortunately, he
passed away.
Yeah, that's Colin.
Colin North.
And yeah, I didn't even know that chip existed until 2016 or 2017.
Wow. Yeah, me too. It's probably same boat here. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
Well, the rest of us, I mean, the chip had been out since '86, and it was announced in '85, but it was meant as a low power chip. But we didn't discover in North America or in Europe or the UK or Australia that it had all these extra features until 1992. Apparently, people in Japan knew about it since like '88, but it wasn't revealed up here until '92.
Yeah, I ran across an article that talked about how Hitachi had approached Motorola about adding these improvements, and Motorola actually said, no, we just contracted you to make, drop-in replacements for the 6809. That's it. So they said, okay, we'll just make the 6809s and drop-in replacements. But in reality, they left it all in there.
They probably already had it done.
Yeah, they did. They had
one
it
of
all
those.
in there,
It's
so-
easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, and
They just let it happen and didn't tell anybody,
Yeah.
and then just let people find out.
Yeah.
So they purposely designed it so that when you could drop it in, it would just operate as a 6809 when it powers up, but you could switch, do a mode switch on it and put it in 6309 mode.
That's cool.
So,
That's cool.
that's cool.
That native 6309 mode, is that machine language accessible only, or does that make a difference in basic? I suppose it wouldn't really, would it?
You have to patch
Well,
basic for IRQ routines, because when you kick it in native mode,
Yeah.
it saves the extra registers on the stack for every IRQ, including software
okay.
interrupts. So if you have any routines like disk routines use NMI, which is an interrupt routine, the timer uses an IRQ. It'll push extra registers up, which will sometimes confuse basic itself because it's expecting to load a value off the stack. Like I'm expecting the X register to be here, and it's not. It's shifted a couple bytes to make room. So if you patch it, yes, it will. And there are patches. Shockmaster has done patches for native mode, for disk extended color basic on the CoCo 3, and of course Nitrous 9 has been optimized all over hell for the native mode 6309.
So you don't really, So by using Basic 09, you get all the benefits without having to worry about patching anything because it's all done in the operating system.
Well, we've done further patches. I mean, native mode is just every instruction, or not every instruction, but a lot of instructions run a little bit faster. And then you can also use all the new registers, the new instructions, and that's what we've done with Nitrous 9. It's actually going beyond just native mode. We're adding more, which is why the speed ups there are sometimes like 30-50%, not 10 or 15.
Yeah. No,
Are there any benefits to having switchable between 6809 and 6309?
Maybe for testing. I mean, the 6309 is pretty much 100% compatible. The only exception I've hit is if you're doing illegal instructions on the 6809 on purpose, which you shouldn't probably be doing anyway. But because a lot of those opcodes are now legitimate 6809 instructions, when the 6809 encountered an illegal instruction, it basically considered it no operation. We just skip the byte and go, I don't know what that is, I'm skipping it, and do nothing. On the 6809, quite a few of those are now reserved to do things. So what was a no operation before might now be a low W or something like that. So of course, then the code after that starts running totally differently because you shifted everything around. But very few programs did that.
All right, so Robert Murphy's saying that the 6309 was originally put out in an OFM article.
Yeah, that was the 1988 Japanese magazine for the FM Fujitsu.
Okay. Very cool. All right, if nobody has any further updates, we'll go ahead and run the closing credits, and we can come back with the caboose and any afterthoughts we can do then. Jason Riker, did you have anything that you wanted to do? By the way, look in your rear view mirror. There you go. Any updates there, Jason Riker?
Updates. So I'm stocking up on my switching devices.
And toilet paper.
I'm good on toilet paper. I always buy it in bulk anyway, so I only buy it a few times a year, so that's not a big deal. Because I'm sure everyone's interested in my toilet paper stock situation, I'm good.
Yeah.
But,
we have to show us your tandies. Now we're going to show us your TP, right? So
right. And was just starting to build up stuff for CoCo Fest. So, but everything's still available on my website, and we'll be looking forward to when we all get to meet up again, whenever that may be.
Roger that. All right, anybody else with updates? Final call for updates before we go to credits and come up on the caboose. All right,
I think the toilet paper issue, we could have an outhouse video game challenge.
We need to do that. Yeah, we're coming up. We're already on a 4-hour show, so we are definitely exceeding the limits of what's fair to human beings to have to suffer through. So let's go ahead and roll the outro, and we'll be back after that with a little bit of caboose and post thought. Here we go. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTALK.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTALK at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
The CoCoTALK train wreck is over, and we welcome you to the last surviving car. Join us in Zoom for CoCoTALK Caboose, a recap of today's show. CoCoTALK Caboose starts now.
And we're back. Just when you thought the train wreck would not end, we're going to continue your misery. We now start hour 5 of today's show. So.
At this point, someone should be handing us glasses of water, you know.
Yeah.
Have some canned air.
That helps. So, Nick, what's your sales totals up to now?
Oh, I'm still trying to catalog them. There's just so many have come in all at once. So I'm just...
They've gone up to crikey?
Yeah, pretty well. So I'm just about to send out the $10 ones now in the email. Now, I think, Mark, you ordered a CD, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so the CD will come. It's with that company. But I will be sending out copies of the disc after I've sent out the ones to the people who've ordered the $10 ones.
I'll be doing the $10 one after the show finishes
Okay.
I'm ordering my CD right now.
If you don't get it this afternoon, it's just inundated.
No dramas, no stress. Don't stress it.
I'm going to try and get out.
So you're saying sales are going well, Nick? Is that what you're saying?
They are. Yeah. It's oh God, what's the number now?
Crikey.
Number nine.
Yeah.
This qualifies as a bestseller.
For me, my shipping was like $4.25. I'm calculating my payment right now.
But you're ordering the CD, aren't you?
I'm ordering the CD. Roger that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will. Will you need a copy to do for tonight? You were saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen. I know you got another million other orders to fulfill.
I'm
so
trying to get the $10 ones out.
Oh, absolutely. Take care.
They're the ones that are specifically asked for a download. And the CDs, well, that's going to come as a CD, but I'm just going to email anyway as an extra. But I'll give that second priority. Yeah.
That's the
Anyway,
kind of commitment you can expect from Nick Marentes.
Oh shit! Another one came in. Yeah, I can't get on top of it.
Everyone to stop
Crikey.
now.
I can't get on top of it, so I can send them.
Crikey.
It's got to come through
Look at the size
quarantine
of that
anyway.
order.
So yeah, I've got a busy next 2-3 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Let's try to overwhelm Nick Marentes with our Gun Star orders.
I reckon.
That's it.
The shirt sale's going.
Crikey.
It's not a bad problem to have, huh?
Well, it's not, but I want to make sure I do the right thing and get the stuff out on time. But yeah,
How are the shirt sales going, Nick? Are those selling pretty well as well?
Yeah, there's a few of those. I haven't started those because I don't handle that side of it. But I think about 4 T-shirts have been sold.
Yeah, I bought one.
Yeah, you bought one. There's about 4, I think. So I haven't looked into that because I can't do anything with those anyway.
Tom C said he just bought his.
Tom C, yep.
Yeah.
Ken Reichert says, we're waiting.
I know.
I know. Are you selling toilet paper also, or are you out of that already?
I'm going to need some more.
Customers are getting restless.
I think my pants are getting full now.
Oh, crap.
What's that fulfillment button?
I'm trying to keep track of it so I know what the hell I'm doing. There's just so many coming in. But I'm up to about 29.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad for opening box office right there.
So yeah, that's not bad for the CoCo. So I mean, that's another Ferrari, that's for sure.
That's yeah.
Hey Stevie, can I share screen again for 1 second?
Yep.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta stop sharing.
We're on a group shot.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sharing is caring.
Nick Ferrari.
Okay, yeah, there's the grocery store today. There was 0 toilet paper available. I had to see it with my own eyes to believe it.
Yeah.
I went grocery shopping today, and a lot of the staples like chicken and all of the seafood was shut down for some reason, and there were certain sections that were bare. And this is actually the toilet paper section of my local grocery store, and
Attention, Giant Eagle guest. Toilet paper is now limited to 3 packages per guest.
Yeah.
What gets me about the whole toilet paper thing is, I mean, what's going through people's minds?
And it's a worldwide thing too. Everyone's thinking of it. It's not just here in Australia. It's a worldwide. I mean,
yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, what's going to happen?
How
They
did
get
we?
coronavirus.
How did we
What
go?
are they expecting to do? What are they expecting to do? Crap it all out?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you're gonna be quarantined in your house, so this is assuming you've already got enough food and water to survive, and if you do, then now you got plenty of toilet paper to wipe your ass while you're locked indoors, right? So,
I guess, I think it's when someone sneezes, everybody else shits their pants.
So what's going to happen when it gets all restocked? Sales are going to stop on toilet paper, and it's going to go on sale.
Here's what happens in Florida every time there's a hurricane. Every douchebag in the world buys all the bottled water and everything else. You got one person that's buying like 400 freaking things of bottled water. What do the day after the freaking hurricane? They bring all this shit back because they're douchebags. They're just freaking idiots. It's just like, come on, people. Yeah, everybody will stock up on bottled water and stuff that you need for a hurricane. Because I understand, like in a hurricane, we have down power lines. We have other problems where, like sometimes the sewage systems get infected where the water's not clean. So I understand you need bottled water for a hurricane. But why do you need bottled water for this? This is a thing that you get from getting germs on your hands or in your mouth. Bottled water's got nothing to do with that. Toilet paper's got nothing to do with that. So people are buying the stupidest shit that's got nothing to do with what the actual problem is. And all they're doing is creating pandemonium in the stores. So
what I don't understand is if you go out and buy all that bottled water and then bring it back, why are you bringing it back?
Because that's really the thing.
It's not like water goes bad.
And honestly, as I've been in Florida my whole life, and I'm just as guilty as the next asshole. But I usually wait till like 2 days before the storm to buy anything. When we know our hurricane season starts in June 1st, you should buy all your supplies before the storm's going to hit in 2 days. Holy shit, the world's going to end. But we don't because we're people and we're idiots. But it's ridiculous. And so everybody's buying toilet paper and freaking Clorox wipes and hand sanitizer, and they're just clogging up the stores and creating mass hysteria. So.
And causing problems for the people like us who are on the pension and can't afford. We live like I live week to week. You know, I can't. If I run out of stuff, I can't afford to go and stock up on stuff because I don't have the money to do it. So all these imbeciles going out and stocking up and everything else, I mean, that we don't have the opportunity to buy anything, so we're stuck.
So they go return all that stuff because they spent all the rent money stocking up.
Yeah, and so that's what happens at hurricane season. People will buy more water than they need because they're just being hoarders. And then the day after, when the coast is clear, they bring it all back to the store and return it, which is the super douche move.
Stuff that didn't sell on eBay.
Yeah,
that is a douche move. I would just sit on it. I mean, it's
well, that would make sense, and that's kind of what we do. Like I've still got
Returning bottled water. Hashtag douche move.
Douche move. Yeah, it's kind of like that whole Donkey King thing, getting a hammer and everything else, right? So. Yeah. So I've still got bottled water in my garage from last hurricane season because you bought it. It's not like water goes bad like milk. You know, you keep it in your garage, and when you need it, it's there. So
I was researching this whole thing.
It starts picking up the taste of the plastic after a while, doesn't it?
Nah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, was doing some research on this, and what struck me was that in 2017, 80,000 people in the United States died from the flu. 80,000, and like 50 people are dead from this, and
more than 50 people. More than 50 people are dead, but
worldwide.
Yeah, more than 50 people in the United States. There's like.
Well, I'm talking U.S. figures.
No, there's more than that in California that have died already.
Look at mortality rate. The people infected.
People that have actually died.
100 or a couple of thousand. It pales in comparison.
Well, it's still it's a clear and present danger. There is no acceptable loss when it comes to needless death. So if it was 5 people, that's 5 people too many.
I agree with you on all that.
Why don't they do that with the regular flu? The regular flu is way worse than any of this. Yeah.
They have a flu vaccine. They have a flu vaccine, and that's what.
I've never used
They give away free flu shots. You can go into any freaking grocery store or drugstore and get a flu shot every single year at flu season for free because that's something we know about. We don't know about this yet. There's not a vaccine for this now, but when they do come up with a vaccine, it'll probably be part of the flu shot, you know? So
Well, I think part of the thing is a lot of people don't realize that the vast majority of people that if you do contract it, you're more than likely just going to get better. It's not like It's got a high mortality rate, but it's not so high that you have to worry about dying. I mean, it's like less than 1%.
You got a 97% chance of surviving it.
Well, it depends if you have medical conditions or if you're older too, because the rate goes up to 10 to 12%. For those people. And you can carry it. You're fine. You go visit your mom and dad in the at the when they die from it.
To me, I think it's a real. It's a threat that should be taken seriously. It is a clear and present danger. It should not be ignored. But we should take sensible precautions, not hysterical ones.
Toilet paper is not part of
sensible precautions versus hysterical ones. Let's get back to the question of a virtual CoCo Fest. Since we are not going to have the regular CoCo Fest at its regular scheduled time. We need to be clear. CoCo Fest is not canceled. It is postponed. But that weekend, which was what, April 18th and 19th, was that the weekend that CoCo Fest was?
Yep.
Okay. So obviously we're going to still have CoCoTALK. We have CoCoTALK every Saturday, you know. We won't be stopped, right? So we're gonna have a CoCoTALK, and we can always have a special CoCo Fest edition of CoCoTALK. But do we want to try to make this like everybody who was gonna come to CoCo Fest? Let's plan a CoCoTALK where we can get together and have a virtual exhibitors, like whoever wanted to do their project, they can have a presentation set up, or they could, you know, stream their presentation they were gonna do, or their exhibit they were going to show, or their project. You know, maybe we can try to reach out and ask people, hey guys, let's, you know, even though we can't be there in person, let's take what we were going to do and let's make it part of the show for the Saturday show. You know, it's not a terrible idea. It's just a better coordinated CoCoTALK, really, is what it boils down to.
And some of those things that are being exhibited and everything like that, that can still be done at the actual physical one when it's held later on as well.
Yeah. So we're going to be here. Hopefully people will show up, but we can put out some feelers and put out some invitations to those who are planning on being an exhibitor or an attendee of CoCo Fest that weekend. Please join us on CoCoTALK and we'll have our virtual gathering, you know?
Should somebody maybe bring that up at the
Glenside meeting?
The Glenside meeting when it's on Thursday afternoon. Evening.
Yeah. We can do that. We can definitely do that. So, I mean, I'm in favor. I think it's a no-brainer, but it's just a question of, is it going to be willy-nilly like it always is, or do we want to try to coordinate it? And I would vote for let's try to coordinate it. At the end of the day, you're only going to get the participation of the people who give a shit. And there's countless times I've asked for countless things. Hey, come join us and let's do this and let's do that. So all we can do is ask. You know, like I ask people in the Dragon group to come on the show. I ask people from MC10 group. I ask people all the time, come join us, come join us. So we can extend the invitation. It's just really up to our people going to accept the invitation. But, you know, everybody's welcome to join the show. And hopefully in this case here, we will, you know. It's the 40th anniversary, blah, blah, blah.
And given the exceptional circumstances, I'd say too, probably people are more likely to do it because they want something to happen.
A reason to celebrate.
Yeah. And hopefully in they're talking about November for it happening, or the real one going down in November. So let's hope that comes to fruition. That hopefully things will have changed by then.
Yeah.
When flu season gets up and going.
As soon as we get past coronavirus season, we kick into flu season, right? Cold and flu season, right? This CoCo Fest is brought to you by hay fever.
Hey, Stevie?
Yes, Mark Overholzer.
I was just checking the calendar.
Yeah.
I was thinking kind of important. We did our first show for CoCoTALK. Episode number 1 was the 19th of March, 2017.
Right.
This is the last show of our 3rd year.
Because next week we'll start our 4th year.
4th year. Right on.
We're sorry.
Yeah, and I also,
4 years of CoCo chaos.
Yeah, and also, again, speaking of that, I had thrown out the suggestion, let's get together and let's record a special 3-year anniversary, which was going to be a thing for CoCo Fest, which is not happening now. But, not that's not happening, it's being delayed. I need to correct myself. It's not canceled, it's delayed. But we should still record our 3rd anniversary celebration anyways, just because we should celebrate. And no, thank you for reminding me there, Mark D. And you were there. Mark was there. Curtis was there. And I think Auntie M was there. Toto was there.
David Ladd.
And your little dog, too.
I'll get you, my pretty. Yeah. But we as much as there's a lot of pandemonium and chaos going in the world, it always helps to remember what we have to be thankful for and what's really important, so everybody focus on taking care of yourself and your family, stay healthy, stay clean, stay safe, be thankful that, lucky for us, the CoCo is never going to suffer from any virus. Right? 40 years later, it still boots up. It doesn't blue screen. It's a reliable machine. We don't have to worry about these things. We have our community. We have each other. We have our friends. We have our family. Let's be thankful for what we do have. Let's be positive. And let's just blame David Ladd for everything, and then we'll all be fine. So take care of those CoCos too, is what really? I wanted to get him on. I don't know where he is. He's been incognito this whole time, but it would have been great to get him on with Greg Zumwalt saying, really? Chad, you do a good impression. Let's hear your David Ladd impression, Chad.
I'm a bit throaty at the moment. I went to karaoke last night. One moment. Let me work up to it.
All right, work up to it. Me. Really?
One moment, please.
I don't even start with a gun.
Silence is deafening.
Yeah.
We don't get blue screens. We get green screens.
Green screens, right? The green screen. The green screen of lock.
Really? I don't even start with a gun.
Hey, David Ladd is from the South now.
You really? Howdy, y'all.
Howdy, y'all. It's David Ladd at David Ladd's Floppy Roundup.
Stop right there.
Stop right there.
Yeah.
So floppy rodeo.
Yes. All right, we ready to put a fork in this train wreck?
Yes, I'm getting hungry.
Parting thoughts?
Yeah, me too.
Mr. Dave, thanks for being here. I'm sorry I missed you last week, but we appreciate you and all of the exciting things you do, so we're glad you could join us today, Mr. Dave.
All right, well, thanks for having me, and I got lots of good things coming up for my CoCo.
Excellent.
I should have it printing USB pretty soon.
Nice. You know what's scary? I was listening to the replay, and I understood everything you said. For whatever reason, some people who talk technical, I can't follow them. But for you, everything you said just made perfect sense. You're like, listen, I'm using the Raspberry Pi as an interface. And, it's doing the heavy lifting for the CoCo. And it's like, I understand this guy. Even though he's Canadian, he speaks English, and he's very easy to follow. So, awesome, man. You do some awesome stuff. Nick Marentes.
Very high compliment.
Yes.
All right. Yep.
Thanks, guys.
So Nick is gonna forget he knows us pretty soon. If all the money he's making, he's gonna forget all the little people who help bring him.
That's right.
He's counting his dozens of dollars he's bringing in already.
I know he's had at least 2 orders from the CoCo Show people already. Aaron ordered one, and one of their viewers ordered one. I saw.
That's awesome. It's awesome. So, Nick, on a serious note, Nick, though, I told you I appreciate how much quality and attention to detail you put into things, and a lot of that has influenced this show, because when we, when we first started my first 2 interviews, the format was really hard to see the guests, and it was Nick Marentes' suggestion when we got the image producers on. He's like, why do we need to see the game so big? The game's not important. It's the people who are talking is important. So starting with the image producers interview is kind of the seed that became the format for CoCoTALK. The bigger panel of seeing the actual people versus the people being small and the game footage being big. So that was Nick's suggestion, and so you've had a lot of positive impact on everything we do. So I want to say thank you.
Right. My pleasure.
Yeah, Jason Reichert, nothing to be thankful there for, but. Mark B, thank you for all the times you stream the show and bail us out when we need a Hail Mary. Mark B is always there. Chad Edward, thanks for being Nick's neighbor. He needs the company. And
I'm thankful to be Nick's neighbor.
Yes.
He's my favorite programmer of all time.
Absolutely.
Do you want the money this afternoon? Shit, another one.
Gun Star would suit.
And David O'Connor, thanks for being here today. Any final thoughts from you, David?
Thoroughly enjoyed it again. It's good to be back after 2 weeks.
Good to have you back. I miss Nick Marotta not being here today. It's not a show without him, but yes,
right. Absolutely.
Michael Furman, any final thoughts from you, sir?
RS-232.
RS-232. Is there a TTL involved there? Dry wire?
Not this one.
RS-232. John Lowry, any parting thoughts from you, sir?
Wash your hands.
Wash your freaking hands, you filthy animal. All right. So, L. Curtis Boyle, parting thoughts?
I just washed my hands, so I'm good.
There you go. And... Well, Mark D. Overholzer, you have the last word, sir.
The last word.
Right.
Glad to be here. It's been fun. It's been wonderful this 3 whole years.
Absolutely.
I think we only missed one week. Only one.
That's better than my attendance record, so that's awesome.
Not me. I'm just the show.
Oh, the show. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we're putting a fork in this train wreck. We're done. Thank you all on behalf of CoCoTALK, its cast, its crew, its sponsors, its affiliates, and subsidiaries. This has been a copyrighted 2020 presentation. No unauthorized duplication or re-airing is available without express written consent from the CoCoTALK organization. And we invite you all to wash your hands. Yeah, wipe your ass and wash your hands, and don't be a douche.
And
all right.
Nick, get onto those orders before you have a full-scale revolt on your hands.
Yeah, I'm trying.
All right.
Very trying. Sorry.
Right now.
And in that order, you wipe your ass first, and then wash your hands second, right? In that order.
And then you ship the orders. Nick. Don't do all that.
Yeah, make sure you wash your hands before you ship out your gun stars there.
That's why I'm doing the $10 order.
One wonder that everyone avoids me. I shake hands, then wipe my hands.
We got to write this stuff down. There's got to be a series of proper procedure here. All right, wipe your ass, then wash your hands. Just write it down, remember it.
All right, guys. Like line 1,
10, wipe ass. 20, wash hands. 30, go to 10. All right, so.
5 CLA, clear ass.
Yeah, 5 CLA, clear ass.
15, press the button, friend.
All right, we're pressing the button.